Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Is there any further debate on program 3? Councillor Hammond, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on program 3 and would like to start off by saying this truly is the program that makes us a more clean, green and sustainable Brisbane, with lots more to see and do around our beautiful city. I'd like to mention a few projects that the Marchant Ward will be receiving in this portfolio over this year. I'll start with neighbourhood parks. I'm delighted that the Gordon Park Playground will receive a small upgrade in this area. This park was probably upgraded about 8 years ago, and I'm delighted to say that this budget will provide a $29,000 upgrade to this small, rather important pocket park to Gordon Park. Also, Hickey Park, Stafford will receive an upgrade, and what we've done down there recently is put an exercise equipment down and a dog off leash area through our parks funds. But I'm delighted that this budget is also delivering another $137,000 for this beautiful park down at Hickey Park, which goes along the Kedron Brook, our beautiful Kedron Brook, which is very well used in the local area. We're upgrading facilities in Bernie Bray Park at Chermside, and also Marchant Park at Aspley will receive a facilities upgrade. But more importantly, we're delivering a new park for the area, and this is the Chalk Street Park in Lutwyche. The new house there will come down, the house there will come down in the coming months, and the works will start at this park. Lutwyche area is a medium-high density area. So this little pocket park, which is a brand new park for the area, is very much needed for people to get out and enjoy our beautiful weather. Probably a little bit chilly at the moment, but our perfect summers and our mild winters. The park that I'm most excited about, and my community are most excited about, is the brand new facilities at Bradbury Park. Bradbury Park is in the middle of Chermside and Kedron, and at the moment we've got a beautiful nature play experience that's under construction at the moment. This was actually brought to my attention when we saw the kids from Kedron Heights Kindy playing in this little bushland as part of the park, and they called it their magic forest. So I'm delighted that we've got this little area which is full of nature play. It's not overdone, so kids can actually use their imaginations, whether they go over the bridge or sit on the throne at the end, or imagine that there's giants or trolls in this garden. I'm delighted that this will be open in the next few coming weeks. And because of the restrictions, we are going to invite the Kedron Heights kids only, because it was their idea to come down and give it a try for the opening down there, which I'm sure Councillor Cunningham is looking forward to joining us at that opening. Part of this park upgrade too is a unique scooter park experience. This scooter park is one of a kind in Brisbane, and it was designed by one of our very talented council officers. I won't name him, but he knows who he is. He's extremely talented in his design, where kids can go over tables, they can go in between rocks, they can even pump some water and go splashing through some water in this particular space for kids to play. It's all designed, this part of the park, for 10 plus kids to be able to challenge them and improve their scooter skills or bike skills, whichever way they want to use this brand new facility. But this budget is also going to deliver a very unique play experience for the kids on the north side. I'm sure people have probably come over from the south side to enjoy this unique experience. We're going to be building a structure there that takes the kids up to the treetops. So they can be a part of the trees, see what's happening up there. It's a little bit more challenging, and again designed for that 10 plus age group. We're not forgetting the lilies, because we do have the magic forest down there. I would like to thank the Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham for their hard work in making Brisbane a much more livable city than it was yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond. Further speakers? Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. Have you got me there?
Yes, we have, Councillor Mackay.
Sorry about that. Chair, I rise to speak about Program 3, the Clean, Green and Sustainable City, and specifically, I'll speak to the all-important aspect of engagement. Council delivers a range of activation events and behaviour change campaigns as part of its Green Heart encouragement initiatives. The objective of this service is to engage with residents, schools and community groups and empower Brisbane residents to adopt lifestyles and practices that contribute to Brisbane achieving sustainability outcomes. Key activities to be delivered in this service in 2021 are educating and encouraging residents and students to live more sustainably, working with all areas of council associated with environmental sustainability to provide integrated support for residents and schools, to continue to take steps to reduce the impact of single-use plastics on the environment. Council, as you would know, has phased out helium balloons, plastic straws and single-use plastic bottles from council activities and events, and we will continue to encourage council stakeholders to do the same. Development of communication and engagement strategies, including delivery of website content, online surveys, contact centre scripting, resident letters, media briefs, talking points, public-facing concept and accessible plans, educational video content and on-site signage for a number of projects across the Clean, Green and Sustainable program. Deputy Chair, I am particularly pleased to see the continuation of Australia's oldest free native plants program. Isn't it pleasing to know that about 50,000 plants are given away every year? Further, thousands of plants are given away at Brisbane City Council's Green Heart Fair to eligible Brisbane residents. For me, one of the key deliverables in this program is the provision of the free native plants. This tradition of distributing native plants dates back to the 1960s, and it is Australia's oldest free native plants program. Since 2007, records indicate that more than 590,000 plants have been distributed to the community through this initiative. Plants are distributed to residential ratepayers, schools, kindergartens, community groups, clubs on council leased land, and to new citizens at citizenship ceremonies. It is especially heartwarming when local residents show me plants that they planted years ago and are now thriving and mature native species. Chair, as you would know, all residential ratepayers are entitled to 2 free plants each financial year. But were you aware that under this program, all schools and kindergartens, community groups and charities are able to receive up to 50 plants each year, and clubs on council leased land can claim up to 20 free native plants? The Schrinner administration is, of course, committed to increasing Brisbane's greenery. Residents who live in one of Brisbane's targeted newly developing suburbs can receive an initial one-off offer of 4 plants. These additional plants are provided to residents in newly developing suburbs to assist in establishing their new gardens with native plants, which bring many benefits, including sustainability to Brisbane soils and subtropical climate, providing food, shelter or habitat for local wildlife. And yes, sometimes that does include the albino bush turkey, also known as the ibis. The Native Plants Project is separate but complementary to our urban forest agenda. Using a variety of mechanisms in media, including web-based and face-to-face engagement opportunities, we are able to continue engaging the community with this program. Leading from the urban forest agenda, I'll turn to the Green Hearts program, which delivers activations and events to inspire and support the Brisbane community to take action to make Brisbane a clean and green city. In what I suggest must be one of Australia's most popular environmental email blasts, Council's Clean and Green Brisbane e-newsletter will continue to be delivered to more than 70,000 residents each month. In case you haven't been receiving it, Deputy Chair, I'll let you know that it promotes council programs and services, community activities, events, and other initiatives encouraging the uptake of sustainable behaviour. You might know, Deputy Chair, that I am a proponent of 3 new community gardens going in around Walter Taylor Ward. I am inspired by the success of the Growing a Greener Brisbane program, which is a community street planting event in Greenslopes, where Councillor Cunningham is the local councillor. When possible, council will continue to deliver similar community events across the city, engaging local residents to grow and protect the urban forest in their areas. Of course, sustainability is a generational change operation, and that's why Brisbane City Council, under Program 3, is committed to delivering powerful and innovative learning opportunities to engage and inspire students, teachers, and school communities to take action and adopt behaviours to support a clean, green, and sustainable Brisbane. The Green Heart Schools program has engaged with over 230 schools over the life of the program. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has interrupted the normal delivery of the Green Heart Schools program, and it had to adapt rapidly as classrooms went digital. Due to the unknown of the COVID restrictions going forward, a revised delivery model, both online and tele-support, has been extended to accommodate participating students and teachers to continue engagement with schools. This has resulted in savings within the budget. I fear Councillor Griffith might have been muckraking a little bit, saying it was cut. A forced change to the method of delivery has saved the residents of Brisbane some money. Saying that, in 2020, council officers are supporting 33 schools and 78 students, the largest intake to date. And I look forward to working to help make this program even more popular. For the benefit of those people not fully aware of what Program 3 delivers in our local areas, I'll now spend a couple of minutes putting on the record some of the meaningful work that will occur around the Walter Taylor ward under this program in this budget. Service 3.3.3.1 under Parks Development and Enhancement, we see the amazing Witten Barracks Park in Indooroopilly. Now, most of that will occur under Program 5, but under Program 3, we'll see the complete service relocations within the park to support the Program 5 investment. And this will make Witten Barracks Park Brisbane's newest riverside park, and it's something all residents of Brisbane should look forward to and be proud of. In Service 3.3.3.1 Park Development and Enhancement, we're going to see the Green Hill Reservoir Park in Chapel Hill. Now, we're getting an overall park concept plan, and this was based on community consultation done last year, and we got all sorts of suggestions, including security lights, community garden that's going ahead, and a new toilet block, play and picnic equipment, expanding the dog park, improving the dog park, and more. And that's the kind of investment we're making up at the Green Hill Reservoir Park in this year's budget. In Service 3.3.3.2 in Parks Maintenance, we're going to see a number of parks around Walter Taylor, including Byambi Yumba Park in Fig Tree Pocket, Anzac Park in Toowong, and Sanctuary Place Park in Fig Tree Pocket, be upgraded to include to ensure the health and maintenance of the water quality of the water bodies in those parks. In 3.3.3.2 Parks Maintenance and Renewal, we're going under Memorials and Heritage Restoration Project, we're going to see an improvement to Keating Park Memorial in Indooroopilly. And this will include the removal of the existing bollards to construct a heritage-style white round-top picket fence around the section of the park with the memorial. And the long-term plan there, Deputy Chair, is to make it have more security lights, lighting for the flagpoles, and to try and make it an irrigated park using sustainable water sources. In 3.3.3.2, under Parks Maintenance and Renewal, under Playground Replacements, Walter Taylor is going to see some improvements because we have over 1,200 playground nodes in Brisbane parks, and this program focuses on priority renewal works that include crime prevention through environmental design, which of course we know as CEPTED, and that will address playground safety issues for siting, layout and orientation. And we're going to see in Walter Taylor, Carinya Street Park in Indooroopilly, upgraded playground to meet the current standards. And Deputy Chair, I'm not sure that if you've been there recently, but you might know that the current playground is sited over some fig tree roots. And we need to move that to make sure that we preserve the fig tree roots as best that we can. In Service 3.3.3.2, Parks Maintenance and Renewal, and in particular the upgrading facilities in Parks project, we're going to see Perrin Park in Toowong have upgraded picnic and parks facilities. Now, this is another site of a community garden that we're putting in Walter Taylor, and I look forward.
Councillor Mackay, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on this program, and it probably won't surprise anyone to hear that there's a lot of good stuff that I'm really supportive of in this program. I'm particularly excited to see the ongoing funding for the work in Hanlon Park, and one of my personal passions is to see the rest of the Norman Creek vision undertaken and expanded upon in future years. And I encourage all councillors whose ward adjoins or takes in part of Norman Creek to have a look at that Norman Creek vision. There's a final component of that stretches through Woolloongabba, through what's known as Kingfisher Creek, and connects almost as far as the Broadway Hotel. I had asked for that element of the Norman Creek vision to be funded as part of this year's council budget, and it's a bit disappointing that it wasn't, but that's in Councillor Cunningham's ward now, so it'll be up to her to advocate for that in future years. But the opportunity to see out the rest of that Norman Creek vision and complete the Kingfisher Creek link through to the centre of Woolloongabba is a really important one, which will connect that high density residential precinct back into that vibrant green wildlife corridor, and is something that we shouldn't lose sight of as a council. I wanted to speak primarily though today about the ongoing shortage of public green space throughout the inner city, and particularly within the Gabba ward in suburbs like West End and Woolloongabba. Brisbane City Council's city plan has a section called Desired Standards of Service, where it outlines quite clearly the target ratios of public green space to population. It identifies given numbers of given hectares of parkland, depending on how many residents live in an area, and also distances, how close residents should be to different forms of public parkland. I think from memory, within a local area, there should be 0.8 hectares of what's called natural recreation space and 0.6 hectares of active recreation space per 1,000 residents. And there should then be additional green space for local workers as well. Those thresholds were defined a few years ago based on the understanding that the majority of residents would also have access to private outdoor spaces of one form or another. At the time City Plan was drafted, and still today, the majority of Brisbane residents do have access to some form of private courtyard, shared apartment garden or backyard. And the desired standards of service in City Plan, they set out targets for public space, public parkland, knowing that residents will also have access to some private green space of one form or another. But in my ward, the vast majority of residents now live in styles of housing that don't have any usable private green space or private outdoor recreation space. That means all those apartment residents are particularly dependent on public parkland and public space, much more dependent, in fact, than residents of suburban Brisbane who also have their own backyards. The paradox is that in outer suburban areas, not only do residents have their own backyards, but they also tend to have access to more public parkland. On a per capita basis, there is more parkland in the outer suburbs than there is in the inner city. And that's all well and good to a point, but it creates a situation where living in the inner city becomes less desirable, less attractive. It's essentially less livable if there's not enough public space to meet the needs of that growing local community. So we've got a situation in Brisbane of outer suburban sprawl where people have a great deal of private open space and public open space, and then inner city urban compaction, where there's been really rapid densification that hasn't been accompanied by the creation of new public green spaces. This is not a sustainable trajectory for development in Brisbane and creates both existing and future shortfalls in terms of the provision of public parkland. I acknowledge that the council's taken on my suggestion of converting Victoria Park Golf Course into public parkland, and I think that that's great. Really wholehearted cheerleader of that project. And I won't let the LNP forget that when I first suggested converting golf courses back into public parks, I was very aggressively attacked by a lot of conservative commentators for that idea. But it is good to see that that's happening now, and it's good to see continued support for that project. I might just add on the topic of Victoria Park that the draft master plan or concept design for the park had far too much car parking, and that public parks are not for car parking. That park is in a public transport hub and people should be travelling by public and active transport. But I'll leave that point aside. My broad point is that there is simply not enough public green space to cater for our rapidly growing populations of residents who don't have their own private backyards. So if this council is to pursue a strategy of rapid densification and cramming more and more people into small, high-density apartments, this council needs to be providing more public parkland. And yes, it's expensive to do that in inner city areas where land values are high, but it's also essential if we are to make dense urban living an attractive option for people. We know that the current model of suburban sprawl is completely unsustainable. We know that most parts of Brisbane are far too car-centric and car-dependent, and that we have to transition away from that kind of built form. But for families who are thinking about how they want to raise their children, the prospect of growing up in concrete jungles where there's not enough green space, where there's nowhere to run around or kick a ball or fly a kite, is not an attractive one. But we need to make it an attractive prospect if we are to encourage more people to take on high density living. And certainly I've seen in my electorate over the past 10 to 15 years that a community which was once actively supportive of high density living and understood the sustainability arguments and understood the transport arguments in support of high density has turned against high density development because it has not been accompanied by the essential public infrastructure and facilities that make those communities work. And I have to say, I'm extremely disappointed that this year, this budget program does not include the provision of any new public parkland of any significance anywhere around the inner city or even the middle suburbs. There's a chronic existing shortage of public parkland, particularly in the suburb of Wollongabba, not just around Buranda and the southern end, where we've had one small new park created, but in central Wollongabba, around the Gabba Stadium, where there are thousands and thousands of residents and many more on the way, with new high rises of up to 20 stories approved for many sites, and yet no new public parkland proposed. I realise this is something that Councillor Cunningham doesn't have exclusive control over. It ultimately depends on budget allocations, and I accept the premise that money is a little tight at the moment. But this council has made a decision to continue upzoning and continue densifying inner city neighbourhoods. And that's a problem that council has created. So if council insists on creating more high density development, council also needs to take responsibility for providing the public parkland to cater for that high density development. I don't want to engage in hyperbole or exaggerations about it. I realise this is not the apocalypse and it's not the end of the world, but it is important. It's there in our own desired standards of service as something that we are aspiring to. And it's a target that many parts of the city already meet. But we have to ask ourselves, why is it that certain outer suburban areas that already have ample public parkland and also are well served in terms of private green space are getting so much investment in new green space, while inner city neighbourhoods, which are densifying very, very quickly, are not seeing that same increase in public parkland? The local government infrastructure plan built within the city plan clearly identifies sites that council needs to acquire to deliver new public parkland. It's there in black and white. We've upzoned areas for high density development, and to compensate for that development, we've also identified sites that need to be acquired for public parkland. But you can't deliver the high density development or leave the private sector to deliver the high density development and say, oh, sorry, too bad, we'll do the parkland later or maybe never. That's not good planning. That's not good infrastructure management. In fact, it leads to chronic shortfalls where over time the land value gets more and more expensive and it becomes harder and harder for council to buy that parkland. So council's own planners have acknowledged the need for more public parkland in the inner city. They've said it's necessary, and it's so necessary, in fact, that it's been embodied in those desired standards of service and in the infrastructure, local government infrastructure plan. And yet we aren't delivering that public parkland. So this is a problem that's not immediately apparent to many councillors because it's not affecting their areas, but it's definitely affecting the ward of Central Ward, Paddington Ward, Walter Taylor Ward to some extent, and most definitely the Gabba Ward and increasingly Cooperoo Ward. And this is a problem that's only going to get worse over time. So we need council to step up and provide new public parkland rather than just...
Sorry, Councillor Sri, your time has expired. Is there any further debate? I see no hands. Councillor Cunningham.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair, and I thank the councillors for their contribution. In terms of the opposition, I recognise it's their job to whip up fear about the budget. But in my own portfolio of environment, parks and sustainability, there really has been modest changes overall. In fact, Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cook praised the program through social media. Happy to talk up the benefits to their ward, Mr Deputy Chair, but in the chamber, it's a different story. Councillor Griffiths cited a number of examples of apparent reductions. Through you, Deputy Chair, Councillor Griffiths, this year we have seen a number of services move into core, renamed or incorporated into other projects in the budget. That's because planting trees, including jacarandas, protecting our environment, managing contaminated land, preparing for and responding to flooding, and funding for sustainability initiatives is business as usual for this administration. If you listen to Labor councillors, you would think there's been no global pandemic. It's truly extraordinary. Have any of the Labor councillors been watching the news? True to Labor form, they call for more spending, which can only mean more on the credit card and increased fees and charges. Like all household budgets, changing times and uncertain circumstances means we really need to look closely at our outgoings. If managing the city's finances was only as easy as starting an e-petition, hey? Councillor Griffiths, through you, Deputy Chair, you refer to sports land at Rocklea. I have to be careful what I say here, but that allocation was to work with a major Brisbane sporting team to help them relocate. Sadly, the club has told council that they can't proceed at the moment. As I mentioned during the information sessions, the Green Future Fund is listed as a revenue in iconic parks because that's where the investment will be made. Again, it's like the Labor councillors haven't heard the news about the global pandemic. Greenheart homes and schools have moved online during social distancing restrictions. When you can't hold a physical event, there's a reduced expense. With regards to community conservation assistance, no funds exchange hands between council and volunteers. The service provides support to private property owners, and that has been paused. This is a temporary measure, and projects already approved will be completed this calendar year. When it comes to bushland acquisition, last year, Councillor Hammond as chair smashed our 750 hectare target. The decrease simply represents a bring forward of expenditure. We must be flexible and we must need to respond to opportunities as they rise on the property market, and that's exactly what we've done. With regards to FOGO, can I just say, Mr Deputy Chair, it's good to hear the Labor Party is now interested in speaking to residents about policy ideas. Just a few months ago, during the great contest of ideas, FOGO was a no-show. I did a survey too, Mr Deputy Chair, and I can reveal that 0% of residents heard about this policy from Labor before the election. The reason why Brisbane voters backed Team Schrinner in March is because they know that only this administration can be trusted to manage Brisbane's finances. No responsible administration would look at where we are at the moment with this global pandemic and think we can just proceed on business as usual. If it were up to Labor, who knows how deep in the red we would be and what risk to ratepayers in the years ahead. Councillor Shree, through you, Deputy Chair, I'm proud that this administration has delivered the Norman Creek Master Plan, and as per my election commitment, you will see us targeting Kingfisher Creek next. What Brisbane needs at this time is an administration focused on delivering essential services, funding job-creating projects, and keeping rates low to reduce pressure on households. This budget funds major job-creating projects, including Victoria Park, where we will give priority to local suppliers wherever possible. We're not only funding environmental initiatives and projects, but this administration overlays that targeted investment with a focus on economic stimulus activities, supporting jobs and opportunities for local small businesses. Another example, and while it's not in this program, is the extra allocation to councillors of $270K per ward. That's over $7 million across the city extra to empower councillors to make decisions about what local projects are needed in our parks. It seems that opposition councillors conveniently forget the discretion they have to fund park projects in their ward. Mr Deputy Chair, we love our parks and green spaces, and we also know that they are the envy of other cities. The Lord Mayor has continued to drive investment in this program. On top of that, this budget maintains a strong financial position, not for the sake of it, not for some glib political benefit, but because in uncertain times, it's the responsible thing to do. This administration continues to take pride in our clean and green sustainable city. I commend the Lord Mayor on Program 3 because under his leadership, we will continue to deliver great outcomes for the City of Brisbane. We will maintain our city's position as a global leader in sustainability. This administration has a strong track record in this portfolio and demonstrates leadership. I would also like to take the opportunity to recognise and thank the former chairs for this portfolio, Councillor Hammond and Councillor McLaughlin, who have left a meaningful and lasting legacy. I hope that councillors will support this program, noting that many number of local projects will benefit our local economy and foster environmental aspirations to ensure that the Brisbane of tomorrow is even better than the Brisbane of today. I commend the program to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. As there's no further debate, I'll put the motion of the Clean, Green and Sustainable City Program.
Point of order, Deputy Chair. Point of order, Deputy Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Strunk.
Are we going to hear the follow-up from Councillor Marks on this program as well? Or is Councillor Cunningham doing it for Councillor Marks?
Well, I don't get right of reply as a secondary chair.
Well, that's a shame because I would have liked to have heard from you, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
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 Those against?
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Murphy and I believe it was Councillor McLaughlin. Is that correct? We'll do it anyway. I can't hear it. There we go. Oh, yeah. You better go. Okay, all those in favour of program 3, please raise your hand and say aye and hold it there while the clerk.
Aye.
Aye.
So I believe that's everyone with the exception of Councillor Shree. we missing anyone? Oh, Councillor Marks has it. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, you were for the affirmative? She's disappeared from the screen.
Obviously not.
Could just be the system.
All those against?
No.
All those against? Yeah. Thank you. You right to read? Clark, can you please read the results?
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour, 1 against.
Thank you. We'll now move on to program 4. I'll now ask the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Adams, to present the next program, Future Brisbane. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that for the Future Brisbane program, the services of council, the allocations for operations and the projects and the rolling projects are set out on pages 70 to 80 for the years 2020 to 21 through to 2023-24, so far as they relate to program 4, be adopted.
Second that.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hammond for the Future Brisbane program, the services of council, the allocations for the operations of the projects and the rolling projects as set out on pages 80 to 70 for the years 2020 to 2021 through to 2023-24, so far as they relate to program 4, be adopted. Is there any debate? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair, and it was with great pleasure that I introduced program 4 to the virtual chamber this afternoon, Future Brisbane. Chair, the only reason Brisbane is one of the best functioning cities in the country is because we take the time to plan for the future. We did it in 2006 with City Shape, and we did it again a decade later with Plan Your Brisbane. We were told in 2006 that residents wanted the density along major roads and key transport hubs, and we've since done this. And 2 years now after Plan Your Brisbane was handed down, we've been chipping away at all of the action items, with many now complete. Renewal in planning is crucial for growing cities. We need to make sure we're on the right track, especially as we have 386,000 new Brisbane residents expected by 2041. Any fair-minded person would agree that Brisbane is a better place today than it was 10 years ago. So we must be doing something right. And with this said, we are now solely focused on the next 12 months, and I'm pleased to outline today what we have on the agenda, both financially and operationally. Of course, it's not been lost on anyone that the impact of COVID-19 has been immense on every business in Brisbane. As it relates to city planning, the blow to the building and construction industry is probably yet to be seen. It's clear that minor renovations have maintained their consistency and major projects remain committed to finishing what they have currently underway. But what I'm hearing from industry is that the fourth quarter of this year will be the tipping point. It's from September onwards that they'll begin to hurt. Projects will begin to wrap up and cash flow for new projects will have dried up. With the building and construction industry being one of the biggest employers in Brisbane, it is incumbent on us to do what we can to help. So naturally, we were quick to move. I'm pleased to outline 3 new initiatives that will be going ahead in this year's budget to help reduce red tape, help builders through potential sticking points, and deliver the security that the industry needs right now. Not just for major construction companies, but for mum and dad developers who support all tradies and construction industries across the city. First of all, we'll see the building and construction hotline called 133 Plan. Sometimes a meeting could have been an email could have been a phone call. And that's why we're introducing the building construction hotline 133 Plan, a dedicated front door for industry to contact council during the construction phase and the planning phase of their project. It'll be there for builders of all levels to seek quick advice on intended outcome of specific conditions of an approval, or maybe it's becoming clear that a condition may become unachievable and what they need to do. They can give 133 Plan a call and they'll receive advice by the end of the next business day on next steps, because we know that time is money. It's all about getting on the front foot, managing the issue, fixing it, and moving on. Security is what the industry is asking for, and we hope to deliver this with the new hotline coming online early in July. The next one is the Change Application Priority Service. A hot topic when it comes to interpretation. Minor changes can be a sticking point when it comes to the progression of a development. That's why we're introducing this Change Application Priority Service. This will streamline the assessment process where minor changes are required to a development, but also shovel ready at the same time. It will assist projects that are reaching key milestones or where projects need to respond to changed circumstances so that we can help builders avoid delays in finishing a project. We'll be setting ourselves a 20-day KPI for both assessment and approval for code applications. This will be when the assessment is in council's court. It'll probably be faster for those applications that are not deemed to be a minor change. And sometimes a fast fail is what people need to hear so they can move on. These change applications need to be well made at the time of lodgement, meaning that they have completed the lodgement forms, provided new plans, and attached a clear report outlining the change and how it complies to the city plan. Help us and we can help you is the mantra for this service. And the third new initiative is our House and Homes Priority Service. From mid-July, Council will be creating a new dedicated team to prioritise and assess all domestic scale applications, the House and Homes Priority Service. We're doing this to stimulate new building and construction, particularly as it relates to smaller scale projects, aligning with existing initiatives put forward by the federal government. Again, we'll be looking towards a 20-day business turnaround for well-made code accessible applications. The following will be included in the priority service: new dwelling houses, an extension to a dwelling house like a shed or a carport, both full or partial demolition of a house, reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 2, which has been included into a new house being built, as well as both minor change and other change applications where they relate to any of the above. The House and Home teams will be a renewal of our Assess Smart team and is designed to get the plans approved as soon as possible so that building can begin as soon as possible. And of course, as I've mentioned, for all types of business, cash is king. So when business pay less tax, they have more opportunity to get ahead and employ more people. That's why, in addition to the 3 new initiatives I've just outlined, we've introduced a range of free and discounted development services that will become available from July 1. It is a tailored suite of initiatives designed to stimulate new building and construction projects, particularly as it relates to the local economy, supporting businesses and creating jobs. We want to see tradies and subbies continue to be in action. Once the downturn is supposed to hit in the final quarter of this year, this will be absolutely vital. We will be offering free standard pre-lodgement meetings between the 1st of July to the 30th September, followed by a 50% discount on pre-lodgement meetings between the 1st of October and the 31st of December. We're offering no application fees for residential domestic scale development for all applications lodged between July 1 and 30th of September. And like the pre-lodgement meetings, it will then be 50% off from the 1st of October to the 31st of December. Again, applying for new dwelling houses, extension to dwelling houses, and home-based businesses. In addition to this, there'll be a free assessment for applications lodged on behalf of charitable and not-for-profit organisations, where the proposal is for a non-commercial use. And this will apply for all applications lodged between the 1st of July to the 31st of December. Extension of time are also winners here. From the 1st of July, there'll be a 50% discount and an automatic extension for approvals due to expire before the 1st of June 2021. This applies obviously to the first extension only, but it is around assisting those builders to make sure if they've slowed down recently, they can get back up and running. And finally, to assist with cash flow, we'll be offering bonding of uncompleted works of $25,000 instead of $50,000 between the 1st of July 2020 and the 30th of June 2021. But when it comes to the buildings that are being built on the ground here in Brisbane, what we want to see is the best practice possible. Brisbane's subtropical climate allows us to spend a lot of time outdoors, And we don't require heaters, except for maybe this morning for some of us, and fire pits for months on ends like our southern cousins. We have an average of 300 days of sunshine a year and humidity that rarely drops below 70%. And we need to make sure that our built form reflects this beautiful, unique climate. We introduced our Building That Breathe guidelines a few years ago now, and there have been some excellent developments that have come online which reflect these principles. We've decided to build on this further with a new Green Buildings Incentive Scheme, which will encourage the development of new, well-designed, green and energy-efficient buildings. Throughout the next few months, we'll be working away on the exact policy, but from the first principles perspective, new residential development will need to obtain a 5-star minimum for the Green Building Council of Australia, comply with criteria and sub-elements under the Buildings That Breathe Design Guide, achieve zero net carbon emissions, and achieve a minimum specified green plot ratio. Should a development tick one of these items, a 50% reduction in infrastructure charges will be applied as a rebate. Council as an organisation has done a considerable amount of work keeping Brisbane clean, green and sustainable, and now are incentivising others to do exactly the same so that Brisbane can continue to be the envy of Australia when it comes to a new development. With neighbourhood plans and city amendments, our rolling program will continue this upcoming financial year with Brisbane Downs, Sandgate and Districts, 8 Mile Plains Gateway and Nathan Salisbury Maruka neighbourhood plans progressing. In addition to this, we will be finalising the City Reach Waterfront Master Plan, which will help guide development along the Brisbane River from the Botanic Gardens to Howard Smith Wharves. We've seen Dexus recently lodge their development application for the portion of the City Reach, and we are very happy that they have been guided by this master plan, which will soon be finalised. City plan amendments will continue to go through the steps that they need, with a number for state interest checks at the moment, consultation and also final adoption. Councillors are well aware and very fond of our Village Precinct Projects program. Small-scale capital works designed to beautify our local shopping strips is their role. By doing this, we want to increase the foot traffic, boost local spend and bring people from their homes to their local strip shops to get their weekly needs. We have 2 new projects ready for delivery this year, being Waterworks Road and West Ashgrove, as well as Manly Harbour Village in Manly. Both projects are a welcome addition to the local areas, which have a unique selection of local businesses, including cafes, wine bars and other commercial uses. In addition to this, we will be completing 5 more VPPs, which are just about finished, but we hit that completion roadblock with COVID pandemic. Every city on earth has their own unique history, and much of it relates to the built form, which ends up telling the stories. And though a young city in the scheme of things, we are no different here in Brisbane. With already over 2,200 items on our local heritage register, it's important this register continues to be regularly updated. And it's not just about putting properties on the register. They also need to be looked after as well. That's why we've been working cooperatively with the state government to help bring Lamb House back to its former glory. We're currently waiting on confirmation from Minister Enoch on whether she will agree to jointly purchase and refurbish the site with us. We are ready to go. We hope the state is too. Our heritage team will continue to provide the advice that is needed when building on or adjoining a heritage listed property, including reviewing and making recommendations for properties to be protected by the planning scheme. Just last financial year, our heritage team put 48 new items into the register, as well as 45 pre-1911 homes into the overlay. When it comes to new houses and homes that are being built in Brisbane, we want them to be the best quality. From new single homes to apartment complexes, we're expecting the building and construction industry to put their best foot forward. We want to see buildings that reflect our subtropical climate, and we want the city's best interests at heart when we're recommending buildings for approval, so we know we have the best outcome for local communities. So we, of course, when the new homes are built, there is increased demand on infrastructure, and that's why the business of infrastructure charges is also in everyone's interests. We collect diligently and we spend strategically. The building and construction industry understand when they build houses and homes for families, there is a natural demand on council's broader network. To make sure these families have the best quality time living in these suburbs, council makes sure that we invest in new parks, roads, water and sewer infrastructure. It doesn't sound very exciting on paper, but the outcomes pays enormous dividends for the livability of the city. It's why Brisbane hasn't yet seen the emergency planting of trees and creation of green space, which is currently happening in Western Sydney. With over 2,000 parks throughout Brisbane and more being created all the time, the contributions from the construction industry are helping build the city that they're building themselves. Mr. Deputy Chair, as I mentioned at the beginning of this speech, planning is so important when it comes to managing the growth of a city. We need to put the policy and frameworks in place to allow a city to cater for new growth while also retaining its character and features which make it so special. From protecting the Brisbane backyard, making sure that new development fits within its surrounds, and facilitating development which is clean, green and sustainable. Brisbane is doing a pretty good job at catering for our growth. I want to thank all of the council officers who've worked so hard to make sure that Program 4 got its fair share of the funding, as well as working with the administration to create the new initiatives and incentives, which I know will go so much towards making us a clean, green and sustainable sustainable city. I recommend Program 4 to the Chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there further speakers? Can we see any hands? Oh, Councillor Hammond. Sorry, Councillor Hammond. Councillor Sri, did you have your hand up? Sorry.
Yeah, I don't mind if Councillor Hammond goes first.
No, please feel free. We're going from side to side.
Sure, thanks, Chair. Just rise to speak briefly on this program and articulate an ongoing concern that many who are concerned about sustainable urban planning have been sharing, which is that during times of economic turmoil, councils are tempted to cut regulation and to fast-track development assessment processes on the grounds that this will somehow create jobs or stimulate economic growth. What it actually does is it reduces transparency and community control and creates a situation where developers are allowed to make changes to projects or to get approvals for projects that do not meet the needs of the local area that cause an excessive burden on local infrastructure, facilities and services. And I'm quite concerned by some of what Councillor Adams has said today and some of the strategies that are embodied in this Future Brisbane program, which appear to indicate a strategy whereby council is saying to developers, don't worry, we'll make it way easier for you. We're just going to cut the so-called red tape. We're going to reduce all that regulation so you can just build whatever you want. That's not actually what Brisbane residents want to happen right now. They want to see well-planned, measured projects that align with the community's needs and interests. So this approach of fast-tracking change applications and loosening restrictions and introducing infrastructure charge discounts, etc., is actually a step in the wrong direction. We've seen for several years now that infrastructure and facilities have failed to keep pace with population growth. And it was concerning to hear the Deputy Mayor's final comments that Brisbane is doing a pretty good job of keeping up with growth. We definitely are not. I can tell you very clearly that in the suburbs and neighbourhoods that have experienced the highest rates of population growth, stuff is not working well. In terms of the public transport network, in terms of active transport connectivity, in terms of access to facilities and parks, I need only point to the example of the fact that West End Public Library still doesn't have a toilet. Not even no disability accessible toilets, no toilets at all that are open to the general public. So West End has been one of the city's fastest growing suburbs. We've had thousands of new apartments built. We've got councillors saying, oh, it's all going well, there's no problems here, let's just speed up more private development. And you haven't even provided a toilet in the public library. Like, surely that is a sign that something is going wrong with the way council plans for development and delivers infrastructure and facilities. And I, for one, am very concerned about the trajectory we're on, and I'm concerned about the values that seem to sit underneath this particular budget program. I'm pleased to see that there are steps to make PD Online more accessible and easier to navigate. I'm pleased to see that it will be easier for residents to find where developments are occurring and find out what developments are proposed in their neighbourhood. But I remain concerned that residents still don't have any say over what actually happens. So they might be able to look up on a website, if they know how to look it up on the website, about what's happening in an area, but they still won't have any meaningful control over those projects. And ultimately, that's the concern with the Future Brisbane program, is that there's a a fundamental failure to engage meaningfully with the idea that residents do have useful knowledge about what their neighbourhoods need and how new development will impact their communities. That knowledge of local residents needs to be valued and acknowledged and drawn upon, rather than sidelined, marginalised and demonised as pure NIMBYism. There are lots of residents who are supportive of sustainable development and who are supportive of well-balanced construction projects, but who are concerned about over-the-top overdevelopment, which doesn't meet the community's needs and places excessive strain on infrastructure and services. Certainly the neighbourhood planning process has been woefully inadequate at meeting the needs and matching public infrastructure with private development. And the broader trajectory the city is on is completely unsustainable. So I certainly won't be supporting this program, and I'll be warning residents to look out for more loopholes and so-called red tape cutting, which essentially gives the private sector a free ride to build whatever the heck it wants.
Thank you, Councillor Sri. Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on program 4. And I'll first start by saying that Brisbane is a great place to live, work and relax, and it's no wonder our city is growing so quickly. Together we've achieved a lot. We've created more lifestyle and leisure options and better public transport while keeping Brisbane clean and green. But there's so much more work to be done. As a community, we've talked about Brisbane's future and asked some important questions about trade-offs and priorities. Brisbane's future blueprint was released in June 2018 following an overwhelming response from the community. More than 100,000 people had their say and put more than 15,000 ideas to improve our city. The document provides a plan with 8 principles and 40 clear actions to guide decisions that we make in our Brisbane's future to keep us friendly and livable, as we all know that Brisbane is. As part of the blueprint deliverables, the alert system for the developments project was initiated to deliver a better way for people to keep in touch with their what developments are happening. At the moment, residents of Brisbane have to go on to PD online and have a look every day to have a look at new developments that are happening or development applications that are changing. A new alert system will allow people to put in their details, put in what they're interested in, maybe the suburbs they're interested in, and it will automatically alert them to new development applications across our city. This is so important because it keeps people more in touch of what's happening in the area with real time and letting them know exactly what's happening in their suburbs to give them the ability to make a comment or make their voices heard about particular development applications. I particularly like how Councillor Adams said about approving quality development, which will maintain character in our suburbs, protect our backyards. The thing I love the most is about making greener development applications, forcing or giving an incentive to the developers to put more green initiatives in to protect our sustainability across our city. I think this is really important as our city grows. We all struggle with having a look at the growth across our city, but no wonder people want to live here. Have you looked outside at our beautiful parklands? And I know Councillor Sri says there's not a lot of parklands in his city area. Councillor Sri, you have a lot of green space. Yes, do you need more? Probably yes, but so do we out in the suburbs. I mentioned Chalk Street Park before. You say that's out in the suburbs. It's 4 k's from the CBD. For me, that is in the city.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Councillor Hammond, please
Thank
continue.
you. I think providing this new green space as part of our city plan is extremely important, whether you're in a city or in the suburbs across our city. We get criticised by the opposition, the Labor opposition, all the time for not doing enough in our suburbs. We do a lot. So, Councillor Sri, as much as you're disappointed, I'm delighted that I got this new park in my Lutwyche area as part of the development that's happening around that Lutwyche area. I do agree with you, Councillor Shree, that inappropriate development and pushing it further and further out is a big expense to our services, whether it's our utility services or public transport or whatever. That's why we need sensible development. That's why when the neighbourhood plan started, and I'll talk about the Chermside neighbourhood plan and Lutwyche neighbourhood plan, that's why residents, when we were out there, said, can you put it along the transport corridors so it's easier for them to get onto transport? And also, we don't have to continue. If you see out further, I'm sorry to pick on you, North Lakes, you're a beautiful suburb, but all that urban sprawl as you go up the coast. Brisbane is the best city to live in. I think we're taking on those challenges and listening to our residents and building our city as people would like to see, and have their voices heard. So the alert system is so important for residents who are interested in development, so they know exactly what's happening, instead of having to go on to PD Online every day and having a look if there's any new development applications. I'd like to thank the team for all their hard work. I know it's pretty hard in the DA team. You're doing a fantastic job. And Councillor Adams, I'm absolutely honoured to be your deputy and look forward to working together through this next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond. Councillor Shree, your misrepresentation, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just Councillor Hammond appeared to suggest that I had suggested that the Chalk Street Park was out in the suburbs, and I didn't make that suggestion. I think, for the record, Chalk Street is probably in the middle suburbs, of the middle ring of the city.
Thank you. Is there further debate? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak briefly on Program 4. I too listened to Councillor Adams' speech there with a high degree of concern, and I don't always agree with Councillor Shree. There's some things that he thinks is a good idea, like no cars, which I'm not necessarily for, but he made some points that I completely agree with, and I thank him for raising all those issues. I am extremely concerned that this administration is going to further relax development approval assessment processes to fast-track minor change plans. Minor change plans are diabolical in many instances. Often they're not minor, they're very significant. Often they happen to impact accessible developments where residents deserve to know what is happening in their area, and there is no provision to notify residents now about minor change applications. It might be that we get wind of it, which again doesn't always happen because we're not notified, and I don't know what everybody else is doing, but I'm not just sitting on PD Online all day looking at the 400 or 500 DAs I get every year, and it might be a resident has heard something, and by that point it's often too late. What will be worse now is that minor change applications are going to be fast-tracked. This is yet another bad decision by the LNP administration that started in 2014 when they introduced this city plan. Fundamentally, at its heart, city plan is wrong. It is delivering the wrong solutions for our city. It is delivering bad developments in certain parts of the city. And unfortunately, this pro-development council LNP administration is failing catastrophically to look at the adverse impacts being caused by bad development around the suburbs. The latest in my ward, and this is just horrific, is apparently boarding houses are allowable development under city plan in low density areas. So I've got in Tennyson, in Urongpilly, which is a character suburb, I've got developers who are building essentially 5 little units in one house. So it's a room with a kitchen in it, and it might have a common bathroom for 5 bedrooms. I fear that this is a terrible solution. We will then have to unfortunately rely on residents to police how many people are living in that complex. There's additional strain on neighbourhoods, on parking, and there's no on-site management. It's a shocking solution, and this is happening increasingly just in the last couple of months in Tennyson and in Yurongpilly. And I'm extremely concerned that to find that this type of development is allowable under city plan, and it just should not be. This is just the legacy of this administration in 2014 pushing through city plan, which is just a shocking piece of legislation, and the long-term damage it has done to our city is it's unacceptable is my view. And I mean, the LNP at this point think that they were strongly re-elected by the community. I mean, they fell over the line because of a global pandemic. I can tell you more than any other issue in our community, development is the one that is causing pain to communities. So city plan is the wrong planning scheme for our city. It is disappointing to hear that there are going to be further discounts for developers, relaxations for developers, fast tracking for developers. And I don't know that I heard Councillor Adams in her speech at all talk about the importance of community consultation, the importance of working with communities to make sure that there is sustainable development that reflects the surrounding streetscapes. Those kind of concepts are pretty much dead. The other problem with assessing development that's fundamentally a problem at the moment, I think, is the way in which this council interprets the character code. In my area, where you do have a different range of character buildings or traditional buildings, we've got the traditional tin and timber, colonial style. We've got Ashgrovian styles. We have brick bungalows in parts of Yeronga, but we've got a really good sense of what traditional building styles are in individual neighbourhoods around my ward. The barn developments that Brisbane City Council is allowing through suburbs like Chelmer, Graceville, Sherwood, modern, narrow houses that have a tiny peaked roof, a Juliet boundary, and fibre cement sheeting walls, they look nothing like character houses in my area. They stick out like a sore thumb, and they're just getting approved now because they're code accessible. There's no notification to the community. I'm keeping my eye out for them, and I always put in comments where I can. But these poor design solutions are ruining some of Brisbane's most gracious character suburbs. And it is incredibly disappointing that council is not being stricter in its interpretation of the traditional building character overlay code design requirements. Just briefly, very interestingly, last year, apparently council started a sort of planning process along Ipswich Road in Maruka. I think it might be related to Maruka and Salisbury. I'm still not real clear on what it is. Very belatedly, earlier this year, they discovered that not only was it in Maruka Ward, they were actually planning to do things in Tennyson Ward and forgot to tell me. Now, not the first time, to be fair, that Brisbane City Council hasn't told me about a major planning scheme change that they're looking at in my area. But I don't know whether this planning project is actually continuing under some sort of better suburbs thing with Gary Hargraves in charge or something. I don't know. I have no idea if that's continuing. After I expressed my concern about what it was when I was invited to a breakfast, I'm like, what's this? It's gone dead quiet. So I have no idea if that's been cancelled. I presume that there are no village precinct projects for Tennyson Ward, despite the fact that we got our petitions in not on the day one, because we didn't know about it a couple of years ago, but certainly on about day 30, petitions went in for Annerley and Graceville. But I presume those suburbs have been overlooked yet again in the budget. I mean, Councillor Adams, I'm sure, will attack me if she has funded them, but I've not been notified. And I think based on sort of what I heard around the traps, there's no money to rejuvenate very old shopping centres, neglected shopping centres in Tennyson Ward, despite the fact that both of those precincts are strongly supported by my residents, despite the fact that we petitioned in the first year that this scheme was announced. So, you know, this program, I'm sorry, is one of the single most damaging parts of what council does with residents in the city of Brisbane. It's been overseen by a successive line of LNP chair people who have absolutely supported pro-development outcomes that are causing damage to our city. Councillor Adams was a deputy under Councillor Cooper at the time City Plan went through from memory. I think I've got that right. And it was diabolical when she was there the first time. It'll be diabolical now she's here again. This program is one that I will be voting against. It is not a good program. I note, and I listened with interest, in here again this year, for example, is we're going to have this alert system for Brisbane residents about DAs. I don't know how long you guys, the LNP, have been promising to do this. Years and years, to my knowledge. I'd be very shocked if it actually happens. Maybe I'll be surprised during the year and find that it's actually up and functional, but it's certainly 4 or 5 years you guys have been promising to do it and haven't done it. So look, the way in which this council administers the city's planning scheme is fundamentally flawed. It's delivering bad outcomes for our city, and that is completely a reflection of the way in which the LNP administration are administering planning in this city. I do not support it. I haven't supported it for a very long time. It is wrong, and I won't be voting for this program.
Yeah, it's 20 years in government, I guess.
Further debate.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I just missed the interjection. I'd really like to hear it.
I'm afraid you'll have to keep a sharper ear out open, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Hutton, you've got the call.
Chair, I rise to speak on Program 4, Future Brisbane. As the Deputy Mayor has shared, luck has nothing to do with Brisbane being considered one of the most livable cities. It has been with dedication and careful planning that we continue to make sure that our city thrives as a friendly, livable place for generations to come, even in these challenging times. Brisbane continues to change and adapt to the many demands of a modern city. As our city grows, Council is committed to working with the community to carefully plan for our future and make sure our city thrives for generations to come. At the same time, Council is committed to maintaining the character of suburbs and recognising and protecting those features that are integral to our vibrant, green and enjoyable lifestyle. These include our heritage and character buildings, subtropical architecture, and designed Brisbane backyards and world-class parks and reserves, entertainment and cultural precincts, natural environment, public art, and the unique character of many of our suburbs and localities that make our city diverse. Chair, as you'll notice in the budget, Service 4.2.3.1, Village Precinct projects now include the key element of the previous service, Creative Brisbane. This service has been expanded to facilitate and deliver a range of projects of varying scales and types across Brisbane, including our public realm improvements, new permanent and temporary artworks, and creative lighting outcomes. Mr. Chair, as you know, our party is the best friend of small business in this city, not only with our reduction in fees and charges for small business during COVID, but through our investment in these village precinct programs. We truly want to see small businesses thrive. These businesses are the lifeblood of our city. They are the lifeblood of our communities. Having a vibrant shopping precinct reduces the need for people to drive their cars. It encourages people to be healthier and more active by providing a range of choices in close proximity to where they live. That is why this administration continues to invest in these important projects right across our city. In this program, we work closely with local traders and communities to create context-specific outcomes that reflect and enhance local heritage and character. Village precinct projects address social, economic, environmental and design issues and opportunities to deliver improved local centres with enhanced attractiveness, amenities, safety and accessibility. That's why, even in this tight budget, we continue to deliver these important projects. I'm sure that Councillor Toomey and Councillor Cumming are thrilled that the Ashgrove West and Manly Harbour villages are considered for this program in this budget. Work continues in my very own village precinct in Darra to breathe new life into this local shopping strip and contribute to the commercial vitality of this area. Darra Station, which runs parallel to this shopping precinct, is the public transport gateway to the Jamboree ward. To make this public space attractive, accessible, safe will not just be a win for locals, but for the wider community. The focus of the design had three core functions: improve safety with the addition of pedestrian crossings, creating a lower speed environment, and improved lighting. It will also be the first location to reduce speed to 40 across the shopping precinct, highlighting the community's diversity, celebrating the multicultural melting pot within our community, reinforcing local character and pride, and creating distinctive spaces for locals, residents, businesses, and visitors to connect and belong. And finally, developing an inclusive and inviting space to shop, socialise and relax. A priority was to ensure we create space that encourages the local community to meet, linger and enjoy. The council officers working on this project are particularly excited as they've been able to explore new ideas not yet seen in other precincts. This investment in our local shopping strip couldn't come at a better time for these local people. It will make the difference for these local mum and dad businesses, and it will actually keep their doors open. As part of the Village Precinct program, activation events are held to showcase local businesses within the precinct. This year, events will be held in the following suburbs: Seven Hills, Sunnybank, Milton, Wilston Village, Paddington and Darra. In November, we'll be holding our activation event for the Darra precinct. I look forward to sharing our exciting plans for this event with the Chamber in the near future. We also, Mr. Chairman, invest in the important projects to lift up areas, to create a sense of place through our City of Lights project, outdoor galleries, new city artworks, Art Force, and the public art collection. Public art adds an enormous value to the cultural, aesthetic, and an economic vitality of a community. It is now well accepted principles of urban design that public art contributes to the community's identity, fosters community pride and a sense of belonging, and enhances the quality of life for residents and visitors. The public art collection includes the collection management of our city's valuable artworks maintenance and restoration projects, and promotion and advocacy. The combined collection of public art assets are valued at over $32 million. Artworks are diverse and comprised over 500 permanent and temporary artworks by local, national and internationally renowned artists. The collection includes standalone pieces, functional and integral artworks in a mix of styles and materials, ranging from traditional bronze statues and murals to contemporary digital light projections. The maintenance of a diverse public art collection is inherently complex and requires best practice collection management. The management of art assets must address the significance of each artwork, the different types of artwork, and the varying rates of material deterioration, as well as ensuring that artistic integrity and aesthetic qualities of the artwork is kept intact. A key strategy of Council's Principal Art Asset Management Plan 2019 is to establish a regular maintenance schedule and service contract for Council's public art collection. Over the last few years, there have been a marked improvement in the condition and value of artworks in the collection following the comprehensive restoration works. In terms of policy, Council continues to deliver guidelines on the best practice art projects delivery and provides advice to different program areas across Council and to the community. A key policy initiative, Council's Percent for Art scheme, where developers are asked to contribute 0.25% of the value of their development to public art. This continues to deliver high quality artworks in the CBD and major centres identified in the neighbourhood plans. Finally, the Brisbane Street Art Festival, sponsored by Council, is Australia's biggest celebration of urban art. Due to the disruption of COVID-19, the festival was forced to be postponed, with the majority of events and mural programs cancelled. However, in order to continue to provide opportunities for artists, the Brisbane Street Art Festival has arranged a number of online engagement events that are live streamed over 25 different mural paintings over 2 weekends in May. The festival was able to gather up to 100,000 online viewers over both weekends. Working with the festival organisers, Council nominated 4 sites to be delivered during the festival. The 2020 festival sites have included Ronald McDonald House at Vulture Street, South Brisbane, Constant Street Rail Overpass, Fortitude Valley, Milton Road Pedestrian Rail Tunnel, Milton, Darra Shopping Centre Precinct at Darra. Another key component to this program is improving quality development. The City Plan is Council's plan for future development in Brisbane. It guides how land in Brisbane can be used and developed, and is a significant tool to guide the city's growth and foster economic development. Building and development in Brisbane is assessed in accordance with the City Plan and seeks to retain and enhance Brisbane's subtropical lifestyle, prosperity, maintain the character of suburbs, and protect our unique heritage, character, and safety. This outline incorporates through complementary and collaborative processes, development assessment, and regulatory functions, as well as protecting the city's valuable character and heritage. Council provides a best practice, efficient, effective, and user-friendly development facilitation framework based on the Queensland Government planning legislation, City Plan, and other regulatory policies. Council's assessment function includes advocacy for and facilitation of quality and exemplary development, assessment for development applications and operational work applications, plan sealing, and managing appeals against council decisions. Council's regulatory function includes signage, plumbing regulation, and development compliance checks. Promotion of sustainable subtropical design continues to influence the need for development that is suited to our climate and location. Council has responded to community expectation that Brisbane's unique built form is valued and maintained by identifying Brisbane's heritage and character through surveying, mapping, and referrals, and by protecting it through codes and City Plan.
Councillor Hutton, your time has expired.
Sure, thank you.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I'll speak on Program 4 Future Brisbane. Well, the dicing and slicing continues in Future Brisbane, Mr Deputy Chair, and this perhaps tells the story of what the LNP is actually expecting as a COVID outcome. This program will see revenue practically halved for Program Outcome 4.3, Approving Quality Development, down from around 56 million to 33 million this financial year. Councillor Adams contributed this to a loss in infrastructure charges across the city, which paints a pretty bleak picture. But as a result, as we've heard today, Councillor Adams wants to see development at all costs. Across the city, we are going to cut red tape, cut costs for developers, and as Councillor Sri and Councillor Johnston have already said, that is concerning for local residents where their voices are already not heard. We don't just want to see residents made aware of developments, Mr Deputy Chair. We want them to have their say genuinely. That is simply never going to happen under this LNP Council. So brace yourselves, Brisbane, for more development, fast-tracked, that you might not even know about until it's too late. Mr Deputy Chair.
Please continue, Councillor Cook.
Thank you. Then we contrast that exercise, giving developers effectively a free ride across the city, to the systematic cuts to the entire Creative Brisbane program. Specific projects like City of Lights, New City Artworks, public art on buildings and infrastructure, creative lighting grants, gone. As we've heard just then, I think from Councillor Hutton, they've apparently been moved, and Councillor Adams sort of alluded to this during the information sessions, into village precinct projects, meaning that, well, it makes it even more difficult, Mr Deputy Chair, for the fair distribution of these types of projects across the city. It's going to be much more difficult for these projects to be delivered across a range of wards across the city, given, well, the elusive nature of how village precinct projects are actually granted across the city. The systematic removal of smaller projects and grants from not only this program, but across all programs, Mr. Chair, is absolutely astonishing. Once they are gone, it is clear that they will not be returning, and certainly keeping track of how these types of projects that were once clearly identified in the budget are dealt with in future budgets will be evidently increasingly difficult. That's just like we saw this week, Mr. Deputy Chair, with the Brisbane Greeters program. They can claim all they want that these are consolidated into core and that they're business as usual. But the reality is the transparency and accountability when it comes to the ongoing nature of these projects is lacking. The way in which this LNP Council has slashed projects under the guise of COVID and moving items to core has removed almost all opportunity for accountability and transparency in the future operation of these much loved and valued creative programs. At a time when the arts and creative sectors can use all the support they can get, this is a poor reflection of this council's priorities. It's developers first, as per usual. Moving on to the Urban Futures Board, this has been disbanded, Mr. Chair. I can't say I'm sorry to see that one go, nor its entire men-only board. This will be replaced with an Urban Futures panel. I know Councillor Adams has acknowledged the need for women to be included in that new panel, and I welcome that announcement moving forward. No word yet on how much this new panel will cost ratepayers. Hopefully Councillor Adams can answer that one today. On planning and development, Mr. Chair, the Heritage Incentive Scheme has been axed altogether, which then brings me to the one project area in this program to see an increase this financial year, which I guess was somewhat inevitable given the projects which Labor identified as cut have now been allegedly amalgamated into this item, and that is village precinct projects. Mr. Deputy Chair, this is quite possibly one of the most contentious pots of funding in the entire budget. That is because there is zero, and I mean zero, transparency in the way these funds are allocated across the city. Some councillors in this place, myself included, have launched multiple petitions requesting funds for our local areas. For me, the Corso in Seven Hills took over a decade to receive funding with multiple petitions. Last year, we started another petition for an Oxford Street Village precinct, which was supported by over 1,000 residents. Not 1 cent has been allocated to my community under the village precinct projects moving forward. Then we have other areas, for example, Coorparoo Ward. They are not getting 1, but 2 village precincts, Mr. Deputy Chair. Those are Martha Street, Camp Hill and Coorparoo Square, Coorparoo. I haven't seen any petitions on those, Mr. Chair. Perhaps the councillor for Coorparoo will enlighten us if there have been. And I haven't heard of any mass community outcry, but yet millions allocated for that ward. If you need more evidence of the inequality, let's have a look at the Paddington ward, the most marginal ward in the city. And the LNP must be very, very worried about Paddington, Mr. Deputy Chair. Not 1, not 2, but 3 village precincts for that ward, Mr. Chair. Rosalie gets 1, Latrobe Terrace gets 1, and Park Road Milton gets 1. How is that equitable? How is that transparent? And in a time of economic recovery, how does this LNP Council justify those types of decisions where there is a clear disparity in the geographic distribution of funds across the city? Of the 12 projects we were told about in the budget information sessions, 2 are in Labor wards, 9 are in LNP wards, none are in Green or Independent wards. So, Councillor Johnston, I hope that answers your question. 0, you get 0. Keep up the good work, though, with those petitions and community advocacy. But to be quite frank with you, I don't think it's going to make any difference. Now, that paints, Mr. Deputy Chair, a pretty clear picture and probably says all you need to know about this L&P Council and their decision making. Zero transparency, zero accountability, and no consideration for genuine community needs across the city. It's developers first and business as usual for this council.
Councillor Cook, have you finished?
I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I rise in support of Program 4, Future Brisbane. Mr. Deputy Chair, Brisbane is a great place to live, work and raise a family. A relaxed lifestyle and enviable climate means people are drawn to our wonderful city to make it their home. As our population grows, we want our city to thrive not only for now, but for future generations, whilst maintaining the character of our suburbs and recognising community aspirations. Building community understanding is a crucial part of planning and growth management as part of this program. Working in partnership with local residents through a meaningful process of engagement with our communities on planning decisions which impact the future of the city at a neighbourhood level is key. Feedback from our local communities is recognised by Council and helps to drive planning for the future of Brisbane. Mr. Chair, Deputy Chair, over the past financial year, several important changes have come into effect to amend the Brisbane City Plan 2014 to guide the future development of Brisbane. These amendments help Council plan for infrastructure to support growth, whilst also continuing to protect our city's renowned way of life. On the 29th of November 2019, Major Amendment Package B, Biodiversity, came into effect. This amendment delivers improved biodiversity mapping which reflect changes in legislation, as well as feedback from local communities and industries across Brisbane. Mr. Deputy Chair, this is an administration which listens to what residents want, and I'm pleased that some key features of this amendment package include updating and refining Council's biodiversity mapping and amending the biodiversity-related provisions in the City Plan. This amendment also aligns our koala mapping with the Queensland Government's mapping. And on a side note, I would add that McDowell Ward is home to a koala movement corridor, and late last year Council announced that we would open a number of koala precinct protection areas, which includes the Chermside Hills Reserve, Raven Street Reserve, and the bushland areas along Cabbage Tree Creek. Identifying these areas is important not only for the protection of wildlife in these precincts, but ensures that development is sympathetic to the local wildlife and environmental landscapes. Mr. Deputy Chair, another amendment to the City Plan, which many residents in McDowell Ward are pleased with, is Major Amendment Package H, which came into effect on the 1st of May 2020. This amendment prevents multiple dwellings, such as townhouses and apartments, from being approved for construction in low-density residential zones. This followed a public consultation period, and the submissions which we received were carefully considered. This has been a topic which many residents in McDowell feel very strongly about, and this amendment shows that Council listens to our residents. We're prepared to work with the local community to ensure that the future blueprint for their suburbs is one which they can have a say on, and I'm proud to be part of an administration which takes this seriously. And on the topic of a future blueprint for our suburbs, under Program 4 sits neighbourhood plans, and in the 2019-20 budget, money was allocated for the development of a neighbourhood plan for Brisbane Downs. Mr. Deputy Chair, the landscape of Brisbane Downs has changed significantly in recent times, and that's why we committed to a new neighbourhood plan to allow residents to have their say on the future of their suburb. People move to Brisbane Downs for a particular lifestyle. You don't have to look far to see how much the community treasures the parks, the walkways and open spaces that the suburb has to offer. As I said in the chamber recently, it's a suburb where residents can coexist with our native wildlife. The first stages of consultation have been undertaken by the community planning team and the community reference group. The information from these sessions will help inform the draft strategy which is currently being developed. This strategy will continue to focus on engaging with the local community when it is released, and I look forward to working with the community as the plan progresses. Mr Deputy Chair, it's pleasing to see that this financial year there's been an ongoing commitment to the Village Precincts program. And like Councillor Hutton, I think this is a terrific program because the Village Precinct program is about creating and maintaining vibrant community hubs in our suburbs, which support local businesses and where residents can meet up and connect with their friends and their neighbours. This program has delivered 2 village precincts in the McDowell ward, in Aspley and in Chermside West. And I'd like to take a moment to thank former councillor Norm Winton for his dogged determination to make sure that these village precincts progressed in the ward of McDowell. The Aspley Village Precinct project was finalised early this year, and this project delivered additional street trees, garden beds, new streetscape furniture, upgraded footpaths, artwork murals, and a new Aspley Gateway sign on the corner of Gayford Street and Albany Creek Road. The entire streetscape has been greatly improved, and I know the Lord Mayor, Councillor Landers and Councillor Hammond were very impressed with the outcome of this project when they joined me at Council's Brisasia Bazaar Night Markets event in February, which doubled as the activation event for this particular project. Local residents in my ward are very happy with these upgrades, and I look forward to it returning to a bustling commercial and social hub as the further relaxations of COVID-19 restrictions progress. Seeing firsthand the benefits that this program delivers, I fully support the continued investment in this year in a program that breathes new life into local shopping precincts. Mr Deputy Chair, Program 4 demonstrate that this administration is committed to working with communities to plan for the future whilst preserving our wonderful Brisbane lifestyle. Thank you to Councillor Adams for her work in this particular portfolio area, and I commend this program to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Landers.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Landers.
Mr Deputy Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting.
Second.
We have a motion put forward by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton for Council to take afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes once all councillors have left the chamber. All those in favour, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Those against? The ayes have it. Enjoy afternoon tea.
I'm trying to do my video.
Councillors, welcome back. Are there any further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you.
All right, okay.
That's all right.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Listen, I entered the debate in regards to Program 4 planning program, Future Brisbane, I should say, and I just want to open it up by making a couple of comments in regards to the way I've seen Brisbane develop over the years, if you will indulge me, in regards to planning, especially buildings, not so much the roadways and some of those other aspects of planning, but certainly I've seen a lot of change over the last, I suppose, 5 decades as an adult. And Brisbane was a very sleepy little town when I arrived in '73. But it was very, I don't know, it just felt friendly. And for the most part, Brisbane still is friendly. And it's not because necessarily the buildings, it's the people, first of all, but the environment is very much feeds into that as well. And certainly architecture, the architecture of this city was a standout compared to a lot of other cities around Australia and from where I came as well. And it's been sort of sad to see over the last 20 years or so that character of the city. Well, I think in my words go backwards somewhat. Now we knew Brisbane wasn't going to be able to stay exactly the way it was in the 1950s and 60s and even into the 70s. Modernization was happening. Building architecture was changing. My goodness, what happened in the city. And for the most part, the city, I think, is quite a nice looking, very attractive. I mean, there are a few buildings that I don't think are all that attractive, but for the most part, the city itself, CBD, is quite a attractive city in comparison to some of those other cities in Australia and overseas. But out in the suburbs is where I want to focus on, and the character that has really changed over the last, I suppose, the last 10 years for me, and especially out in the western suburbs, because that's where I mostly get around to. The Gracefields, the Corindas, even over into the Centenary suburbs, which are a bit more modern, obviously. And there's just been a proliferation of high density development. And I know all councillors in the chamber will have had those in their wards. Some they would have liked, some they won't have liked. But I suppose beauty is in the eye of the beholder, they tell us. But it's really not so much the architectural design or look for me, although I do have a preference one way or the other, but it's the number, the complexes that have been established, unit complexes or townhouse complexes, where you have 100, 200, 300 in a cluster. And Richland's probably, and I have said it before in this place over the years, Richland's probably, in my ward, is the worst example of this. So much so, as I said before, we have a UQ lecturer that comes out, buses their students out to Richlands to have a look at the developments, the townhouse developments in the Richlands ward, in the Richlands suburb, and she uses that as an example of not what to do. It's really sad that that this has happened, and it's happened under the LNP watch. It probably started happening in the ALP watch as well at the turn of the millennia, but it's just been ramping up over the last 10 years, and it's still happening in my ward today. There are a few developers that are actually doing the right thing in my mind, and they're building single unit residential accommodation developments, and which is really good. And there's a mixture, in some cases, there's a mixture of some townhouses within those, in and around those houses, which really is you know, you really can't complain against that. That's some people want to live in a unit or in a townhouse, and I understand that. But it was really disappointing last year, or the year before, I should say now, I suppose, that even when we as a council says a development shouldn't be happening, as is the case at number 5, the Esplanade Forest Lake, where a 6 to 7 story building is probably going to be built in low residential area on a low residential block. Council rightly pushed back against that development with a high 105 pieces, or not so much pieces, sorry, 105 comments that weren't in line with the planning for this city for that particular development. And of course, quite rightly, the developer probably didn't agree with that, and they went off to the P&E court, and we lost, basically, and my community lost, and potentially that building will probably go ahead, which will be totally out of character for the only master plan community or suburb in Brisbane, the only one, which Delphin did all those years ago in the 90s. So that's really disappointing. And I did write to the Lord Mayor and to the Chair of Planning and asked that it be appealed to the appeals court through the Supreme Court of in Queensland here. And sadly, I got a letter back from the CEO saying that the legal department thought it wasn't worth contesting or appealing on the grounds that which the P&E court made their determination or decision. I was really saddened by that, and I was probably a little bit perplexed that the chair of planning had a development in her area as well, which the P&E court overturned Brisbane City Council's decision, and so, but you were granted the okay to go to the appeals court, and I just thought, and I looked at both decisions, and I thought, well, in my opinion, which is not a legal opinion, but in my opinion, I think we had a stronger case. But I'll look forward to that outcome. Councillor Adams, to your townhouse development, and see how that goes in the appeals court. It will be an interesting one to follow. And it'll probably come at quite a cost too, around about $200,000 if I'm not, if I'm being, I've sort of been told that it could be up to that or a bit more than that. So in regards to other planning issues, just probably only one other one that I really wanted to talk about, and that was the, if I've got time, the village precinct projects, because I agree with all the councillors that have spoken on this, that this is really one of the better projects in planning that we undertake, but it is a bit confusing at times as to how that all gets decided. I'm still the only one that I've attracted was Biota Street last year, and which was about $500,000, and I didn't actually nominate that personally. I think the former chair of planning, Councillor Burke, and his team identified that one as one that could be refreshed because it had been done about 20 years earlier. But I'd just like to ask Councillor Adams, in your summation, if you can just maybe let us know how those village park precincts are sort of all worked out. Do we just simply write you a letter saying we would like this considered for the next budget, or is there another process that I have to follow? Because I do have one that I think would probably be the best one for my ward, even better than the Skylark and Biota Street ones that have happened over the years down in the Coconut Grove area, just up from the Bluefin Fishing Club. So with those few remarks, I'll stop here, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise to speak on Program 4, Future Brisbane. Now, Chair, I am very lucky to sit on this committee. Over the past few months, I have learned a lot about our city's vision for its future and have seen firsthand Councillor Adams' passion about her portfolio and her dedication towards Brisbane's distinct heritage housing and our subtropical characteristics. Now, a few areas that I love about this portfolio is our city's approach to supporting local shopping precincts through the Village Precinct Project Initiative, our universal housing incentive, and our commitment to its heritage places. Now, last year, I was really lucky in Kenrose Street as it went through a transformation under the Village Precinct Project program. And to celebrate it, we held the Kenrose Street Festival on the 31st of January with the Lord Mayor, which saw more than 2,500 attendees. Many of the attendees actually said to me that they didn't even know that many of these shops existed and that they were really excited that they discovered this little shopping precinct. Some of the highlights along the planning, construction and celebration phases included my initial chat with business owners on what they would like to see as part of these upgrades. You could see their faces light up with ideas such as street murals, better lighting, the relocation of a Telstra phone box to allow for more seating in their outdoor dining area, a bin near the bakery, a bike rack, more seating and greenery for the community to enjoy. Well, Mr. Chair, I can tell you that their dreams all came true, and as well as the other 119 residents that provided feedback on this great project. Final upgrades to the Kenrose Street under the Village Precinct projects included the above and so much more, including footpath upgrades to improve accessibility, pedestrian crossing upgrades, street furniture, murals, build-outs in the road carriageway with tree plantings and new and improved garden beds, as previously there was no greenery around the shops. I also wanted to highlight that during the construction phase, the various council teams and contractors involved in the project were amazing. They worked around the business owners and their needs, and for that I am really grateful, as this was one of the major concerns for the businesses. Another highlight was the Kenrose Street Festival. Our Brisbane City Council events team put on an amazing night. The street was closed down outside the shops with string lighting, pallet racking, and the music was put on by B Sharp Music, a local music school from Kenrose Street. It had such an amazing vibe. And Kenrose Street Bakery, well, they invited all of their stockists along to share their honey, pickled goods, cheeses, and they all do this all for free. And the bakery also shared their baked goods for free as well. It was such a beautiful community spirit that night. I also just wanted to thank and recognise the quality feedback that the community gave. This is just another real investment made by the Schrinner-led administration in our suburbs. As a result of the Village Precinct Project upgrade in Kenrose Street, Giovanni's, an amazing pizza restaurant, reported that since the festival, they were steadily increasing patronages every week. Kenrose Street Bakery started to sell out every day by lunchtime, when previously they were open until 6 p.m. And Backstreet Espresso, well, they're just as busy as ever. Now to another very important program, the Universal Housing Incentive. Through independent research and feedback from the development industry, it became very clear that there was a need to increase the amount of diverse housing delivered across Brisbane. It's important that families are able to remain close together through the different stages of their lives. It's also important that we cater to the accessibility needs of all of our residents throughout their lifetime, including disabled and injured residents. The cost associated with delivering housing stocks to a level which responds to these needs can be significant and can act as a major deterrent for developers in pursuing these types of developments in our suburbs. To encourage new housing which address this, Council introduced an incentive for universal housing design. It assists in the delivery of this robust and adaptable housing type. The incentive encourages the delivery of housing that includes enough elements to be certified as meeting the Livable Housing Australia's gold performance level. Housing built to the LHA gold performance level makes homes easier to access and navigate, and more capable of cost-effective adaptation to accommodate additional needs of residents in the future and support the ageing. I'm pleased that this incentive is continuing in this year's budget. And lastly, the third service I wanted to speak about was our commitment to our city's heritage. Brisbane is known by its old Queenslanders, sandstone buildings and industrial brick architecture. Like many of us, I have enjoyed getting on a plane and exploring the world and admiring their city's architecture and culture. One of my favourite cities overseas is Edinburgh because of its distinct black spiral architecture and the castle perched up on the hill. While I understand that Brisbane's buildings are relatively new in comparison to the rest of the world, such as New Grange in Ireland, which is predicted to be 5,200 years old, it is important that we preserve our historic buildings, such as the old windmill in Observatory Park on Wickham Terrace, and preserve our iconic housing characteristics. Some of the terrific initiatives that this administration is leading the charge with includes providing detailed and timely expert advice regarding heritage places and projects through our development services team. We're also identifying and preparing heritage trails as part of the neighbourhood planning process, continuing a review of key statements of significance buildings to align with new planning policy requirements to make them accessible to the community, maintaining the local heritage place online information system, which has over 2,275 entries, and it is anticipated an additional 30 will be coming this financial year. And for these measures and many, many more, Chair, I am very pleased to recommend this program to the Chamber today.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. So a few comments across the whole program area here today, and I'm sure it won't take 10 minutes of the Chamber's time. But on an issue that Councillor Cook raised earlier, the City Lights and City Artworks having disappeared as a specific budget item is very disappointing. We understand that they are now to be incorporated as village precinct projects. There's no suggestion that the funding that was allocated to these important projects on their own will be added into the village precinct projects budget, which means that, again, we're seeing council officers and council programs required to do more with less. So the rhetoric is very high, but the reality is actually pretty poor when it comes to these projects. I know from having very early on a village precinct project upgrade, not a new village precinct project, but in Sandgate the upgrade, the $850,000 or so that was allocated to that essentially paid for a section of bitumen footpath to be replaced with exposed aggregate. It paid for lampposts to be painted from green to grey. It paid for a couple of new bike racks and a couple of new seats. So to say that this village precinct projects will now have to fund the projects that otherwise would have been done under the City Lights and City Artworks.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
Means we're going to get less for less, which is pretty consistent with this Lord Mayor's budget. City Artworks is an important one because we're going to see an awful lot less art around our city as a result. And we know that in the absence of receiving a village precinct project or other upgrades to an area, having city artworks or artworks on public buildings or funded on private buildings is an important way to generate new interest in a community, and something that we've been trying very hard down in Sandgate. And we funded, and it's about to start, a grand mural on the Telstra Exchange building down there, which has been funded partly out of the previous Lord Mayor's Community Fund when there was adequate funding in there. So those sort of things probably won't proceed now. And with the statement for Sandgate and Northside Family Law. So, I mean, that's going to be a great piece of public art that was not funded out of this that program area, but we're going to see a whole lot less of that, which is disappointing. Councillor Hammond said earlier about the new development alert system that's going to be implemented here in Brisbane. I mean, this is something that is really simple that this council should have been doing a long time ago. We heard about it. It was an outcome of the blueprint process from years ago. It's something that Sunshine Coast Regional Council implemented quite easily and quite cheaply. It was only a couple of $100,000 for them to implement this system a couple of years ago. And it's been a great success, and it's something that we support and have called for. But again, like the Metro and like so many other projects, we hear these things talked about ad nauseum. We heard them talked about last budget. We heard it talked about 18 months ago when the blueprint was talked about, and we're only seeing very slow progress towards that. So I suppose the message is just hurry up and get on with it. Stop talking about it and actually do it, because it's an important tool for the people of Brisbane to know what is going on in their neighbourhoods. Because as we know under this administration, that the only people that really know what's going on in our neighbourhoods are developers, and they're not local residents, they're not ratepayers. They are often too often shut out of the planning process. And the greatest case in point in that is in neighbourhood planning. And we know that system, and the people of Brisbane know that system is fundamentally broken. LNP councillors should, because the feedback that they receive, whether it's in neighbourhood plans in their local areas or feedback that comes through this council by means of a 2,700 signature petition that came through council just a couple of weeks ago, which highlighted how broken the neighbourhood planning system really is here in Brisbane. But we see no reforms of that. We know the Lord Mayor likes the way that neighbourhood planning currently operates because it shuts out people. It's a system that includes a select few, all too often developers and real estate agents in those committees that are brought together. They are handpicked, those committees, by the planning chair's office and with their authority. And we know that genuine engagement doesn't happen. And people find out too late about changes that are happening in their neighbourhoods. They feel like they don't have a meaningful say about how their neighbourhoods are developing for the 15 or 20 years down the track from a neighbourhood plan. And I know this firsthand, having taken the first of 3 steps through the Sandgate and District Neighbourhood Plan process, and to see this program area, which is an important one. It's about how our city will develop and how it looks, and the type of infrastructure that would be provided as a result of development, and keeping pace with the development. It's very, very disappointing to see that, again, we had an opportunity to change the way we do things here in Brisbane, but the key theme of this budget is business as usual instead of changing the way we do things here, which is a huge disappointment. We know the administration loves giving away infrastructure charge discounts. Over the last term, that was in excess of $11 million. There's a huge deficit in the infrastructure budget. We know that we're not collecting enough infrastructure charges to keep pace with the infrastructure that is required as a result of development, as a result of more people moving into suburbs, the new drainage, the new footpaths, the new roads, the new curbing and channeling, the new parks. We know that there's a huge deficit there. This administration brought that deficit to this council about 12 or 18 months ago. And yet we see that time after time, when developers want infrastructure charge discounts, they are given infrastructure charge discounts. And who misses out? They make a greater profit, of course. And who misses out? It's the people of Brisbane. It's the forgotten suburbs of Brisbane, Chair. So we want to see an end to a developer-free pass. We know that people want to come to Brisbane. We know that people want to build and develop here. And what we also know is that the LNP want to give their developer mates discounts. So it really is growth at any cost.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Look, I think I know what your
Imputing motive.
Yeah, that is imputing motive, and I'm going to have to ask you to withdraw, please.
No, I won't.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Adams.
Councillor Cassidy was highly offensive. If he thinks we have developer mates, raise it with the CCC. It is illegal. The imputed motive.
No, I never suggested that developers were donating to you.
No, we're here to tell you about this, but It is my view that you were imputing motive. I have asked you to withdraw. You have declined. We're going to move on.
Thanks, Chair. It is quite clear which political party here in this council meeting is giving a free ride to developers when they want it, Chair, and I think that people of Brisbane know that. And when they talk about
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Order to
That
you.
is absolutely outrageously imputing motive. I insist he withdraw. We are giving developers a free ride.
Councillor Cassidy, I do believe that this is an example of impugning motive. I do think that some of your comments have gone a bit far, and I will ask you to withdraw, please.
No, I'm not going to withdraw that, Chair. It's very clear.
Have a look at their mates at EDQ.
All right.
Yeah. It's a cheap ride you're giving them. That's what it is.
No one invited you to this.
Yes, they did. I got the notice like everybody else.
No. Councillor Cassidy, I've asked you to withdraw. You have declined. I do believe that you are adversely reflecting on the character of a councillor or a group of councillors. You have declined to withdraw, but we will carry on. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. So this administration often and has today and over the last couple of years claimed to be a friend of character here in Brisbane, but we know that the changes of which they brought into their signature City Plan 2014, saw the wholesale destruction of so much of Brisbane's character and so much of Brisbane's heritage. In the wholesale changes they make to whole suburbs and groups of suburbs, you only got to look over at the Coorparoo neighbourhood plan where the demolition control through CR1 character zoning, which was changed to CR2 character zoning, which allowed the destruction of backyards. So I guess when it comes to sneaking through CR2 zoning, this administration really isn't the friend of the backyard here in Brisbane. What they want to see is development at any cost. They want to see heritage and character homes stuck on a 400 square metre postage stamp in the front yard, and then they want to see 6 or 8 or 10 units and townhouses stuck in the backyard. That isn't character protection. And we know that the infrastructure that would be required for shoehorning that type of population into a small suburban street that was designed for 100 houses or so is not being provided. So for this chair or this administration to say that they are one, friends of character and heritage, or two, protecting the backyard, is in the very least disingenuous, Chair, in the very least. And people who are being affected by these planning changes know that firsthand right around Brisbane. So, I would echo the words of Councillor Cook. There is zero transparency when it comes to the decisions that are being made in terms of planning development in this council, in this city. There is zero accountability because, these LNP councils go out there and say, oh, it's not our problem. It's, these are the rules. And, council officers make these decisions around planning and development, except for the fact that we set those rules. And it is a developer first, second and third approach when it comes to planning development here in Brisbane.
Councillor Adams, you had a misrepresentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Castley repeatedly said that all of those projects, as mentioned, that were in Design Brisbane, can now only be delivered through VPPs. That is incorrect.
Further speakers? Councillor Lord Mayor.
Yeah, it gives me great pleasure to speak to this program, which is such an important program when it comes to our suburbs right across Brisbane, and such an important program when it comes to increasing the livability of our suburbs, whether it's enhancing and revitalising suburban villages and precincts, whether it's the way that we support good quality housing being built in our city. There are so many ways that this program delivers great outcomes for the people of Brisbane. This program is focused on delivering the outcomes of the Brisbane Future Blueprint document. That is a document that while Labor wants to try and rewrite history, had more people involved than any other planning exercise we've ever seen in the city's history, and a fantastic outcome with that document. And in fact, some of the initiatives in that document are now being taken up as a benchmark by other councils around Australia in the way to do planning exercises and planning engagements. But one of the things that this program focuses on, which I'm particularly passionate about, is encouraging more sustainable, greener homes to be built. I've had the pleasure to visit cities like Singapore on a number of occasions, and now Singapore obviously has a tropical climate, but we do have a subtropical climate here. And some of the things that have been achieved in Singapore with green building design, with greenery on buildings, in buildings, on the side of buildings, with plants and trees all the way up buildings, with environmentally sustainable design when it comes to energy use and water use, with zero net emissions and a whole range of other things, I found particularly inspiring. And these are the kinds of housing developments that we want to see encouraged, particularly when it comes to the larger scale projects, because when you've got a building with more people living in it, and many of these buildings have hundreds and hundreds of people living in them, you want it to be a sustainable and livable environment. And you can make those type of large buildings very sustainable, as we've seen in Singapore. And so this budget includes a new initiative that supports the greenest and most sustainable forms of new development. It doesn't offer a blanket discount in infrastructure charges to any new development. That is not the case, and that is not what's happening here. It supports the greenest and most sustainable forms of housing construction. But it also supports the construction of that housing at a time when the housing market is seriously struggling. We've heard the projections from different agencies, including the Housing Industry Association and other industry associations, talking about the potential for significant job losses in the sector unless there's an upturn in activity. Because what we're talking about here is building homes for the people of Brisbane. And we want those homes to be sustainable. So our initiative here with the Green Building Incentive provides a targeted incentive to get a positive outcome. But the important thing here is that it's not a upfront discount on charges, it's a rebate. And so the building has to be built and certified and ticked off that it's actually been built in the way that was promised before we will pay the rebate. So there's a process in place to make sure that we do get the right outcome, and that we don't just see a great set of plans which are through the process value engineered down to a lower cost solution. So I think this will be a good step in the right direction to get Brisbane having more green and sustainable homes for people to live in, more green and sustainable buildings, which is a really good thing. And as I said, there's some great examples around the world in places like Singapore as well. But we are uniquely placed being a large city with a subtropical climate. You know, Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth do not have the same climate as Brisbane. And so with our climate, we have an even greater opportunity to create something truly special here and truly unique when it comes to the design of our buildings. This budget also sees the continuation of our Better Suburbs initiative, which started off as the Suburban Renewal Task Force. This is something that I am also very passionate about, because it's about making sure we can have a look across the city at opportunities to revitalise suburban areas. And it's interesting because there are certain councillors in this place, and they know who they are, who like to complain that the suburbs miss out. And there's one very, very repetitive councillor in the sort of Maruka area that likes to say that on repeat. It's like a broken record. Yet when the Suburban Renewal Task Force had a look at the opportunities in his area, immediately, for political reasons, decided that his only position was to oppose anything they might do. So instead of looking for opportunities to see his area go ahead, to see his area revitalised and enlivened, to see some positive outcomes in his area, he chose to oppose for political reasons. And that is a shame. That is a shame. But you know what? It won't deter us from seeking good outcomes for his residents. And it won't deter us from seeking good opportunities right across the city to enliven our suburbs, to enliven our village precincts, to generate good outcomes for the community. The type of development that I like to see is development that adds to a community, development that improves an area. Not just development for development's sake, but the development that improves an area and builds quality new homes for people, enlivens an area, supports local business. And that's what we're trying to achieve with the Better Suburbs initiative. And that is obviously in its early stages, but we're looking forward to that progressively gearing up over the coming years to deliver some good outcomes in the same way that the Urban Renewal Task Force did that a number of years ago, established areas like Tenerife and Newstead, which have seen fantastic outcomes as a result of that work.
And Enola.
But I did want to touch on something that has been a common theme, a recurring theme with some councillors. And Councillor Cassidy continues to talk about this being a business as usual budget when it is anything but. But I can say what is business as usual is the approach of councillors such as Councillor Cassidy when it comes to planning matters. Because it is convenient what they overlook or gloss over when it comes to planning. Convenient facts that they choose to ignore, like the state government of Queensland sets the planning laws and framework. The state government of Queensland sets the whole range of guidelines about how we assess developments. The state government of Queensland sets housing targets for us that we must meet. The state government of Queensland sets the Southeast Queensland Regional Plan. The state government of Queensland establishes right across the city priority development areas which bring in high density development and give residents no say whatsoever. These are the things that Labor councillors don't talk about. These are the things that they gloss over because it doesn't fit their narrative. And their narrative is, oh, the LNP is pro-development and looks after their developer mates. This is their narrative, which is completely false because the only evidence that I've seen of anyone looking after their developer mates is what happens in priority development areas where the state government lets developers do whatever they want with no objection rights or appeal rights from the community. So that would probably fit the definition of what Councillor Cassidy's talking about there. And I remember on the day when the developer donation ban was announced, I remember getting a phone call saying from a developer saying that that's interesting because I just did a fundraiser for a senior Labor minister last week, and then this week they banned developer donations. It was quite fascinating that the Labor Party was cashing in on developer donations the week before they brought in the developer donation ban. But anyway, that's a side issue. Obviously, no one's taking those donations at the moment, and that is the way it is. But the Labor Party certainly doesn't have clean hands there. But they conveniently ignore the fact that council officers make the planning decisions based on the framework set not only in the city plan, but on state planning laws. And they conveniently ignore the fact that any decision we make
Your
can
time
be...
has expired.
Thank you.
Further speakers? I see no hands. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank all councillors for their contribution in this debate. I think if there's nothing else we have seen from the last 2 hours, hour and a half of debate in Program 4 is that we're all in furious agreement about one thing. Brisbane is changing, and that is a reality. We are a growing city. Over the last 20 years, we have seen more than 790,000 people move into Metro or grow into Metro Brisbane. We are focusing on delivering 386,000 in the next 20 years. So we have got half the amount of the population planned in the next 20 years than we've seen in the last 20 years. But that's nothing. Don't get the story, let the truth get in the way of a good story for the opposition to beat up the fear of the people and the size of Brisbane and the residential growth for there as well. But what have we been basing the last 20 years, or at least the last 15 of those 20 years on? City Plan 2000. So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Strunk, the changes you've seen have come out of City Plan 2000. And what we did was go out in 2006, do a very comprehensive, the biggest ever survey of local residents on planning until we did it again 2 years ago on how they would like to see their city shaped. And that is what we have been following since then until the Plan Your Future, when we have revisited that as well. I have to say I'm in furious agreement with Councillor Sri as well. Public transport is not keeping up with the community either. And let me think about what the problem is there. Oh, that's right. That would be the state government not delivering the Cross River Rail until this year, 6 months out from their election, when they've been speaking about it for 18 years. Not delivering bus services, which actually service 69% of the population in Brisbane, and relying on Brisbane to deliver the metro for our residents. So no, public transport hasn't been keeping up, but we are getting on with the job of Metro to make sure it does keep up. And in saying that, infrastructure charges, there were some comments there about, oh, reductions are not a good thing. It's not a great thing for infrastructure charges. Well, the reality is the infrastructure charges are very, very clearly set out by the state government, and you'll all be pleased to know those on the opposition side, but they're going up 3.5% this year too.
There are plenty of people out there.
No interjections from off camera. Absolutely not.
They are going up 3.5% too this year, just like the state. Sorry, Mr. Chair, is there someone talking?
Not anymore. Please continue.
Councillor Griffiths, you might like to turn your mute off if you're playing with your dog.
Please, Councillor Adams, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The infrastructure charges are going up 3.5%, just like the state water bill, bulk water bill is going up as well. So those will be going up. And as the Lord Mayor has very, very clearly explained, the infrastructure charges incentives that we are introducing are a rebate. Once we have got the outcome that we desire, which is beautiful, green, clean and sustainable buildings certified by one of those criteria that I mentioned earlier today, then there will be a rebate. Then there will be a rebate. But we hear also from those on the other side that this is not the time for incentivising charges or for rushing through DA assessment. Let me make it very clear. Already, through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Sri has tried to verbal me on Facebook, saying that under the council's definitions, minor change can be quite substantially different. Well, Councillor Sri, if for once you listen less to the philosophy in your head and read the State Planning Act, you would understand that the definition of a minor change is literally not a substantial difference. That is literally the definition. So if it is a minor change, it is not a substantial difference. And this is not about rushing through DA assessments through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Johnson. This is about streamlining assessment processes. This is where minor changes, when we have shovel-ready jobs, is about making the economy to keep moving. Because believe it or not, to those on the opposition who think that developers run around with capes and laugh sneakily behind their hands, hiding in the bushes, the building and construction industry is the second largest employer in Brisbane. And we want to be a business-friendly council. So it is about supporting that building and construction industry to make sure that if there is shovel-ready jobs there, we can go out and get them started. Because you know who the tradies and the subbies and the contractors are that are out there working on these sites? They are your brothers and your sons and your friends and your sisters, People that are getting money into their pockets, and then where are they spending that money? At our restaurants and our cafes and our hotels and our cinemas. To all the mums and dad businesses right throughout the city who want money to come in through their cash registers, keeping the building and construction industry going, keeping money in the pockets of those workers, keeps the economy moving. It's basic financial sense. But those on the other side believe that it's something that we're doing sneakily to line the pockets of developers. It is absolutely outrageous. And the reality is, if it is not a minor change through this process, it will be a very fast fail. And they
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Adams just said very clearly that the reason she believes that opposition councillors are saying what they said is about lining people's pockets. That's definitely imputing motive, Mr. Chairman, and I would ask that it be withdrawn.
I don't recall it in the context that you do. Councillor Johnston. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just actually repeating the motive imputation that Councillor Cassidy wouldn't actually withdraw. However, I will move...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
So Councillor Adams has just confirmed herself that she was imputing motive to which she vociferously opposed earlier. She clearly stated the motive was about lining people's pockets, i.e. myself and other councillors, and that is unacceptable, Mr. Chairman.
I thought that's what you meant earlier. No, it was a repeat of an earlier accusation, not an accusation, not a fresh accusation. It was an accusation made at her, not by her, and that's an important distinction. Councillor Adams.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councillor Johnston.
Mr. Chairman, if it's imputing motive when Councillor Cassidy says it, it's also imputing motive when Councillor Adams says it. This is my point. And you made a point of asking Councillor Cassidy to withdraw something. Councillor Adams was very upset by it. You should apply the rules equally and ask Councillor Adams to withdraw as well.
Well, I am applying the rules fairly. And as I say, this is Councillor Adams addressing a point made against her, not by her. Do you understand the difference?
Mr. Chairman, it's imputing motive, whether it's Councillor Cassidy that says it or Councillor Adams. No. And it should be, if it's unacceptable for one councillor, it's unacceptable for all.
I understand, that's okay. So Councillor Adams, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I dissent in your ruling. It's unreasonable that you apply the rules in one way to one councillor and another.
Can I have a seconder for the dissent, please? There's no seconder. Councillor Adams, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said, I will move on. We also heard the usual rumblings that we hear that there is no community engagement. The Development Eye project that Councillor Cassidy mentioned before that has been run in the Sunshine Coast, yes, is the one that we are getting here in Brisbane, as I explained in the information session as well, and will be delivered in the next couple of months. It takes quite a while to get IT projects up and making sure they work. We had to make sure that at a much smaller council level, that was able to operate here as well. And the Development Eye, as it is known, will be coming to council. I think it's very important that all councillors are very clear about this project. It will have the ability for customers to register and save their searches. They'll get automatically updated information on those searches. They'll be able to go into development application, and the system will remind them remember what they're actually searching as well. So it's going to save customers a whole lot of time. It's going to improve the visibility of development activity right across the city. It is a great way for our residents to make it much easier for them to become engaged. Whether that is what the opposition believe is engaged, it at least will alert them and they know about it. Obviously, when it comes to community engagement, again, we do a lot of community engagement, but the Planning Act is very clear that there is no submissions that have formal appeal rights on a code accessible. Again, something, as the Lord Mayor said, that those in opposition like to just ignore. for a while when it suits their purpose as well. But again, I will say it, and I've loved saying it since I was Deputy Chair. Yes, as you actually got right, Councillor Johnson, since 2008, our neighbourhood planning process is award-winning and has been on several occasions because of the way the draft strategies set up a vision and a direction and articulated easily for the local community audience. Then we hold our information sessions. It's out there for 4 weeks. They get to ask questions, they get to give feedback, and then we develop the statutory neighbourhood plan. Our community engagement through neighbourhood planning goes above and beyond the community engagement requirements of the Planning Act 2016 for making a planning scheme amendment. So there is no one that can say we do not do enough community engagement. By all means, above and beyond in neighbourhood planning, engaging at the village precinct project level, engaging at several levels across the city for all different projects that we deliver. And talking about the village precinct projects, it was brought up by Councillor Cook that there was 9 being delivered next year. There is only 7 being delivered next year, and 2 of those are in ALP wards. And I would suggest, Councillor Cook, through you, Mr. Chair, that 2 out of 7 is a far greater percentage than the mere 20% they represent in that chamber as well. When it comes to guiding Brisbane's development, the officers in this department do an absolutely amazing job. From 3 brand new strategies on traditional housing, low to medium density, and a design-led city in the last 18 months, we are making sure that the building and construction industry and the livability of this city is beyond compare in the whole of Australia. I would like to thank again the team in Program 4 from the Divisional Manager, Andrea Kennefake, and to Peter Harwood, the Development Services Manager, and all the officers in the job they do. And I recommend Program 4 to the chambers.
I'll now put the program. All those in support of the resolution of adoption of this program, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Please lower your hands. And those against, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
No. Thank you. Please lower your hands. The ayes have it.
Division.
Moved by Councillor Johnston,
Division.
second by Councillor McLaughlin. Please ring the bells. Again, all those in favour of the program adoption, say aye and raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
Aye.
Aye. Is Lord Mayor still there? No. Can you ring Julie and see if he's...
Sorry?
Where's the Lord Mayor?
He's MIA.
I can hear him running now.
All right. Thank you. Could you please lower your hands? And those voting no, please say no and raise your hand and hold it there.
Yeah,
No.
Max, please read the results at when you're ready. When you're ready.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 2 against.
Thank you. I will now we'll now proceed to program. The ayes have it, and we're going to proceed to program 5. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that for the Lifestyle and Community Services Program, the services of council, the allocations for the operations and the projects and rolling projects as set out on pages 81 to 106 and the indicative schedule on page 170 for the years 2020-21 through to 2023-24, so far as they relate to Program 5, be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard, seconded by Councillor Landers, that for the Lifestyle and Community Services Program, the services of council, the allocations for the operations, the projects and rolling projects are set on pages 81 to 106 and the indicative schedule on page 170 for the years 2020 through 21 through to 2023, 24, so far as they relate to Program 5, be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in support of the budget for Program 5, and I say again today, I am proud to be a member of the Schrinner administration, a team that has delivered for Brisbane 16 consecutive years of responsible economic management. It is only 16 years of responsible financial management that can deliver the kind of economic resilience you need, and Brisbane fortunately now has, to be able to continue forging ahead and deliver the balanced budget that we are putting forward today. Because Brisbane has benefited from 16 years of strong financial management under the LNP, this Program 5 budget is able to continue Council's investment in our communities and ensure that every community across Brisbane has access to local community facilities and library services, that every resident and visitor to this great city is able to celebrate our rich culture with Council's continued support for local events, festivals and activities, that our quality of life continues to thrive and our community spirit continues to be strengthened. Mr. Chair, despite the impacts of the pandemic, this LNP team delivers today a budget that provides a record investment in Brisbane's culture and creative sector, with almost $11 million allocated to outcome 5.1, thriving arts and culture. Our long and proud history of supporting community festivals and events continues, and we continue to deliver more to see and do for Brisbane residents in this budget, with a record $4.78 million available to support those community events that are able to continue despite COVID-19 restrictions. And for those events that can't, we will be reallocating that funding to help support Brisbane's creative sector, one of the industries that has been hit hardest by the pandemic. But again, Council's funding continues with further increased funding available in the new budget to make sure that for those festivals and events that are able to press on and continue, that there will be funding available from Council to continue our support. And this is something which I think we should all be proud of. At a time when many cities across the globe have cancelled swathes of festivals and events, at a time when so many artists and creatives are struggling to make ends meet with most cultural events being cancelled, Brisbane refuses to let this pandemic get the best of us. Brisbane Festival has been turning the city pink every September for over 20 years. And while it may look a little different this year, nothing will stop us from continuing to celebrate our city and turn on those pink lights once again for the 21st year in a row. With increased funding for Council's signature festivals, Brisbane Festival will once again continue this September. And in doing so, will support more than 600 local artists. The fact that Brisbane Festival forges ahead is a testament to the spirit of Brisbane. We truly do live in a new world city. This budget continues to invest more than $67 million to deliver Australia's largest library service, with funding continuing for every single library service and program that Council offers, including the outreach programs that have become more important than ever before, especially when our libraries were forced to close on the 23rd of March. Funding for Council's home library service continues to make sure that vulnerable members of our community don't have to miss out on the joy of reading, a service that now supports almost 1,000 residents across Brisbane that don't have the ability to visit our libraries. Funding for Council's postal service to the blind continues, so that enjoying a book is something that remains accessible to every Brisbane resident. Despite the mass gathering restrictions, the Lord Mayor's Writers in Residence program has continued through the pandemic, moving to a new online format, engaging thousands of residents over the web, and funding continues for this much-loved program in the budget. And I know we are certainly looking forward to enjoying those sessions face-to-face again when state restrictions permit. And again, Mr Chair, it is because of the LNP's responsible management of Council's $3.1 billion budget that we have been able to deliver and continue to deliver bigger and better libraries all the time. Over the past 16 years, this administration has delivered 23 new and upgraded libraries for residents right across Brisbane. And again, this administration's commitment to library services continues, with planning work soon to begin on our $10 million project to deliver a brand new library for Everton Park, with funding allocated this financial year to undertake planning works. And I know that Councillor Davis is certainly looking forward to begin working together with her local community and our dedicated librarians on this exciting project for the McDowell ward. Once completed, the new and improved Everton Park Library will deliver more space and even greater range of library activities and events for you to enjoy, including a community meeting room, children's reading area, and outdoor reading deck. Mr Chair, we continue to invest more than $6.7 million in Outcome 5.3, Active and Healthy City, to continue our commitment to ensuring Brisbane is indeed an active and healthy city. Council will continue to fund in this budget a range of free or low-cost healthy lifestyle activities in accessible venues across the city. By investing more than $700,000 in our Active and Healthy Parks program and investing more than $5 million in sport and recreation development, just one of the many ways we are continuing to support our sports and recreation clubs and deliver the services and funding that will make a practical difference to everyday lives, like delivering water-saving measures. We continue to invest more than $15 million in Outcome 5.4, Social Inclusion, to ensure Brisbane is an inclusive city in which diversity is valued and Brisbane residents, regardless of ability, background or circumstance, are able to fully enjoy living, working or visiting this great city of ours. We continue to support our First Nations communities, and in the coming financial year, we will continue to progress Council's Reconciliation Action Plan and continue facilitating sustainability through innovation and best practice in community development that helps preserve and recognise Brisbane's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural heritage. We continue to strengthen the relationships and connections with communities from every culture and language and provide opportunities for them to engage in and shape the life of our city. Because under the leadership of this administration, every Brisbane resident matters, no matter who you are or what your background. And we know that our multicultural communities are what makes our city so wonderfully vibrant. And so this year, we continue to invest more than $800,000 in supporting multicultural and refugee initiatives. We continue to invest in making sure that Brisbane continues to be even more accessible. And we are so proud that in the past year, we have been able to deliver 2 years' worth of actions in our Inclusive Brisbane plan in just 1 year. And we continue to steam ahead on implementing the Inclusive Brisbane plan with almost $5 million allocated in this budget. We continue to provide the leadership that our city needs on addressing homelessness and affordable housing, with more than $2.5 million allocated to tackling these issues head on in the new financial year, with the Lord Mayor's Pathways Out of Homelessness grants continuing to make a difference where it is needed most. We continue to invest in our youth, with more than $1.5 million allocated to continue supporting the Valley's Visible Inc. Youth Space, Youth Week, and the Lord Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. Initiatives like these are so important in supporting our city's young leaders and creators. And I can say that it was wonderful to witness that impact firsthand just last month when I was able to meet the inspiring up-and-coming leaders of Brisbane at the Lord Mayor's Youth Advisory Council Skype meeting in May. We continue to support our communities with more than $47 million invested in our community, sport, recreation and cultural facilities in the new financial year through Outcome 5.5. We continue to invest in our iconic city venues, with funding continuing for the Brisbane Powerhouse, Museum of Brisbane and Sunpack, so that Brisbane residents have access to a broad range of high quality community facilities. These are major cultural facilities that provide opportunities for diverse community participation in cultural activities. And they have provided such wonderful support for our communities through COVID, with the Museum of Brisbane continuing to provide activities for families to enjoy whilst we were in lockdown, and the Powerhouse continuing to support families with the popular Power Kids program moving to an online mode. We are proud to continue to provide vital support to our local community groups and the infrastructure they use, with more than $29 million being invested in local sport and recreation, cultural and community facilities in this new budget. Mr Chair, this $29 million investment is in addition to the Lord Mayor's $3 million COVID-19 Direct Assistance Program, which is Service 8.3.1.2, and this funding is also in addition to the $7 million COVID-19 Suburban Priority Projects under Service 8.3.1.2. We continue to invest in great community facilities like the Sir Brisbane Thomas Planetarium, which reopens this Saturday and has 2 stellar new shows, Europe to the Stars and the Sun, Our Living Star, just in time for school holidays. We continue to invest in our community halls and Council's 22 public pools. And on that note, it was lovely to be able to visit the Valley Pool earlier this month, one of Brisbane's oldest pools and the first pool to reopen since the state government restrictions forced the closure of our pools in March. With 9 pools already open again to the public, I know residents are certainly looking forward to more pools reopening in the coming months as our subtropical city gears up to welcome back our warmer, sunnier weather. And we continue to invest more than $14 million in our city cemeteries, Mr Chair, an important service we deliver for the residents of Brisbane. And can I say, Mr Chair, our city cemetery staff have gone above and beyond to continue to provide support during these difficult times by doing things like providing options to live stream chapel services, to do whatever we can to support families and loved ones through the most challenging times they face. And of course, Mr Chair, we continue to invest in our award-winning contact centre with more than $34 million in Outcome 5.9 customer service delivery so that residents continue to benefit from the award-winning services that they provide. Mr Chair, can I please take this opportunity to say thank you to the hundreds of passionate and hard-working council officers that pour their heart and soul into their everyday work to deliver for the residents of Brisbane. And Mr Chair, I commend the Program 5 budget to the Chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. And I must say, through you to Councillor Howard, you've been thrown a bit of a hospital pass because unfortunately you're going to be known for many years to come as the Chair who oversaw massive cuts to the arts and community services in this city, and perhaps that's not entirely your fault. Perhaps you haven't had as much control over the budget as you would have liked. But however you slice it and however you spin it, the cuts to the arts, the creative sector, to community services in this year's budget seem to be dramatic and substantial. And the impacts on Brisbane's culture and community are going to be felt for years to come. This is an appalling attack on the creative sector within our city and wider southeast Queensland. And Brisbane City Council, I hate to say it, has really done a disservice to the arts. I don't even have time to list off all the programs that have been negatively impacted. I understand there have been major cuts to things like Creative Sparks program, the social history grants, the emerging artists programs. What I find sad though is this underlying frustration. What I find is this underlying failure to recognise the value that the arts brings to the city and to our society as a whole. It's not just about a few songs or poems or murals here and there. It's about our identity as a people and about the way we conceive of our place in the world. And even if all you care about is economic development, even if all you care about is jobs and growth, you have to acknowledge the amazing contribution that the creative industries make to our city, the huge numbers of people they employ, not just directly, but in flow-on impacts like hospitality and entertainment. The reality is that wherever council spends money, it's going to create some jobs. But in terms of dollar for dollar investment, the arts is one of the most effective and efficient ways to use council investment to create job opportunities, because it all just goes back into paying people. The arts and the creative industries are incredibly efficient at making do with a small amount of funding and stretching a dollar a long way. And Brisbane artists, sadly, for years have learned to be very economical and deliver big bang for buck when programs are consistently underfunded and undervalued. But they can't do it with nothing at all. And unfortunately, the council is just slashing programs left, right and centre. It makes me really, really sad to think of all the amazing projects that won't receive funding, all the beautiful creations that would have been delivered if council had just had the fortitude to keep these programs funded. I can't help but remark that there's one intersection project in my ward, the Main Street River Terrace intersection upgrade. That's a couple of $1 million for that one project. Instead of doing that one unnecessary intersection widening project, you could have funded literally dozens of projects and programs under this budget program. And this council's continual failure in undervaluing the arts and wasting so much money on road widening and so much money on other non-essential projects and programs is really, really disappointing. I don't have enough time right now to go into detail about all the services that have been cut. I understand that. Look, I'm not angry at you specifically, Councillor Howard, and I'm not taking it out on you personally. But through you, Chair, what?
You know
sure.
what I would say. One of the reasons we ask for people to speak in the second and third person is so that there's no conception that there's a personal attack, which
sure. And through you, Chair, I am really appalled and disappointed at what the council has done to this budget program. This goes above and beyond a proportionate response to the COVID-19 shutdown economic impacts. The council has made deliberate choices here to slash funding to the arts and community services. This isn't something that can be justified on the basis of hits to revenue or a downturn in economic activity. This is a deliberate and targeted attack on some of the most valuable and essential programs and services that our city offers. I could go on about libraries, about community services, about public space liaison officer programs, about the fact that right now this city should be building more public housing and should be funding housing support officers and community housing projects, and is instead cutting funding left, right and centre. It leaves me lost for words and beggars belief. But I hope this will be taken as a wake-up call by many of the city's artists and creative professionals to recognise that we have to fight and stand up against these kinds of attacks on our professions, because otherwise the LNP are just going to keep doing this year after year after year. Like I said, I don't think we're going to fully realise the impacts of these cuts for a couple of years to come. It'll be when that next generation of up and coming artists is coming up through Brizzy and they don't receive the support they need in order to flourish and grow as creative professionals. In the short term, we might not even notice that there are a few less events happening or a few less projects happening, but in the long term, it is going to have a corrosive and detrimental and destabilizing impact on the way the city sees itself, on our sense of culture and identity. And I'm just really, really sad. I'm just really genuinely sad about these cuts. And I'm certainly not going to forget this for a long time, and I'm not going to allow the people of this city to forget it. But yeah, shame on you, Brisbane City Council. Shame on you for not seeing the bigger picture, for not thinking long term, and for not understanding that when you cut these programs and projects, you are destroying people's livelihoods. You are destroying their career pathways. there are better ways to do this. There are better ways to respond to an economic crisis than this. There are other sources of revenue that could have been explored. There are other projects that were less financially efficient, that represented a poorer use of money, that could have been cut instead of these projects and programs. And what you have done to this city is disastrous in terms of the impact on our artistic and creative sectors.
Further speakers? Councillor Owen.
Thank you. I would like to speak tonight on program 5. And Councillor Sri, can I suggest that maybe that you actually take some time to read page 83 of the budget document in detail, because that may help.
Point of order.
Please, no, I was speaking first. Could you just, I just pulled up Councillor Sri for this. Could you please direct all comments through me and refer to him in the third person? Point of order, Councillor Johnston. Yep, you had a point of order? No? Okay.
You handled it, thank you.
Councillor Strunk? No? Okay. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking on program 5, and it is with great delight that I inform the other councillors and the rest of our city that there has not been the cuts that have been alluded to by other councillors that have spoken on this program. They are clear. The funding for the arts sector is clearly detailed on page 83 of the budget, and that the funding has increased in the arts and culture component, with even more funding allocated in the 2021 budget than was in the 2019 budget, 1920 budget. So for the misrepresentation that's gone on in by the speaker before me, I really need to put that straight on the table. Mr. Chair, I'm speaking about this very important budget, which is, and particularly this program, which is an integral part of the 17th balanced budget delivered by an LNP administration in this place for the people of our city. Can I start by acknowledging the funding for the Algester Scouts Den under program 5.4.1.3? And particularly when we're talking about disability access, this is an important component, because when we have people in our community who are trying to access and engage in opportunities, as was the case in the past at the Algester Scout Den, this is going to be rectified through this budget. Can I also acknowledge the Lord Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, the work that they have done with students from the Callan Vale Special School and the INAS Global Games to create a mural in my ward. And that has been something that they have contributed permanently for our city, and I know that they will contribute more from that arts and cultural perspective going forward. Under program 5.6.2.4, aquatic centres, I know that the chair is very aware of how special the Parkinson Aquatic Centre is, and thank you for the funding for the shade that is going in as part of this budget. And it's important to recognise that our aquatic centres have over 3 million visitors per annum, and I know that people in my community have certainly been missing the opportunities for accessing the aquatic centre here in my ward. Can I also say to our cemetery staff a very big thank you for the work that you do at a time when residents are very, very distressed, and also the technological changes that have come about during COVID. I have had a family member who passed away during COVID, and it was very, very strange having at one of the cemeteries where you can't have any contact with family members. You're live streaming, and it's very difficult for families to support one another through that. So to all of our cemetery staff, thank you for the work that you do to support the many families in our city. But Mr. Chair, I'd like to go back and talk particularly about the festivals and events. And we have a long history
of supporting a multitude of community events and festivals throughout this city, and this budget continues our commitment to keep providing this vital support, irrespective of what other councillors might want to portray. We know it's been extremely difficult for community organisations and multicultural groups to make the tough decisions to cancel significant events and celebrations as a result of COVID-19. But yet, this budget continues again with more funding being invested in our local community festivals and events. There is more than $900,000 available in 2021 for our local community events to ensure. I'd like to put on record a special thank you for all the amount of hours for the benefit of the wider community. We will continue to work with all of these organisations going forward to help them bring their events back to life post-COVID-19. We know that each of these festivals and events are individual and varied, ultimately forming the fabric of our city. Whether it's the Great Aussie Pool Party in the south, Lanham Mayfair Fair in the north, the Brookfield Show in the west, the Brisbane Billy Cart Championships in the east, or the Students' Anzac Commemoration Ceremony in the CBD. I'm especially pleased to see that the Lord Mayor has delivered increased funding for our multicultural festivals in 2021, with more than $650,000 available to continue to give a voice to our multicultural communities who originated from across the globe, providing Brisbane residents the opportunity to experience the diverse cultures that make our city so very special. Through our multicultural festivals, our residents come together to celebrate, respect and welcome diversity and the richness it brings to our Brisbane culture and lifestyle. In 2019-20, the number of multicultural festivals and their attendance was reduced due to COVID-19 and the ban on mass gatherings. To all of those organisations who placed community safety as a priority and made the difficult decision to cancel events, thank you for your consideration of the health and safety of the wider community. Even still, more than 170,000 residents were able to enjoy 28 multicultural festivals, which were able to proceed prior to the pandemic. I would also like to commend the many organisations who have endured through this and found alternate ways to recognise significant. I usually host the International Yoga Day in Calamvale District Park with Divya Jyoti, but this year it was via technology link. Not quite the same, but ensuring well-being and connectivity in the community nonetheless. I also was able to Zoom on Sunday morning with the Hindaka, with international visitors of families joining in from right across the world. As the Community Ambassador for Federation of Indian Communities Queensland, I acknowledge the committee who were socially distanced at the Roma Street Parklands Gandhi statue to recognise International Yoga Day. As the Councillor for Calamvale Ward, which is the most multiculturally diverse ward in the entire city, often referred to as the multicultural heart of Brisbane, I regularly receive requests to attend so many multicultural events, which I am privileged to do. Over the years, I have learned so much about other cultures, eaten many delectable traditional dishes, amassed a myriad of traditional attire, and learned many traditional dances and languages. I am proud that this administration has helped through providing financial support to assist organisations to deliver many festivals and events, not only for the local residents in my ward of Calamvale, but also the wider Brisbane community. For it is through sharing information about these festivals and events and traditions that we help to foster a greater understanding and harmony in our city. The benefit of the many festivals and events should never be underestimated, as it provides a link for younger generations to know their heritage and traditions. It breaks down barriers within the community through a shared understanding and celebration of cultural diversity, and it promotes connectivity of a community through a shared experience. With increased funding for council signature festivals, I'm sure I will join many residents in eager anticipation of the exciting schedule and events and activities that the Brisbane Festival will once again soon reveal for this city once it relaunches on the 28th of July. We know that the Brisbane Festival is our city's most recognised and well-loved cultural events, and we know this year, instead of residents coming to Brisbane Festival, 2020 will mean that the festival will go to Brisbane residents. And over 1 million people will no doubt celebrate once again the Brisbane Festival as it hosts in our city. When we look at our signature festivals, they have also received a boost of funding in this new budget, with a total of 4.781 million available in 2021 to support the very varied festivals, events, creative and cultural organisations. Council is continuing to provide lifestyle opportunities, support our local economy and foster the strong creative workforce in Brisbane. The councillor for the Gabba Award clearly has got it wrong. Brisbane's creative sector is diverse and requires adaptable, flexible, strategic investment to support growth and funding that we provide with our cultural organisations, which also provides the support that they need to continue to grow through strategic resourcing and partnerships. In this budget, we're proud to be able to continue this vital support for all 15 cultural organisations that were supported in the 2019-20 budget.
Further speakers, Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Program 5, Lifestyle and Community Services. Mr. Chair, as we've heard, this was by far the most evasive information session out of every single program area under Councillor Howard. Questions went unanswered. Simple questions that only required a dollar figure response were dragged out for 10 minutes. And information that was clearly available in the budget documents was regurgitated in a slow and painful manner, all with the single purpose of avoiding the hard questions on this program, which has been absolutely decimated. I wish I could say that I was surprised Councillor Howard didn't want to give any real information in this session, but I wasn't, because going into it, we knew this was the program that had been slashed the most, with some of the much loved community programs, the arts, grants programs and community groups that would usually and should usually be supported slashed. In previous years, we knew that this LNP Council begrudgingly invested the bare minimum in this program, with no major investment or increases in the entire time they have been in administration. And now COVID has presented them with the opportunity they have been waiting for to simply cut and run. As Councillor Shree said, it's absolutely shameful, and you should all. Councillor Howard has admitted on numerous occasions that she feels community clubs and organisations are the heart and soul of our communities. I could not agree more, as I've stated publicly and in the chamber on many occasions, but her actions don't reflect that worldview. Her actions and that of the Lord Mayor and this LNP Council are the polar opposite, and those actions speak much louder than their words. They hide behind $5,000 water rebates for a small number of organisations, whilst ripping millions and millions out of support for these groups behind the scenes. I lost count of how many references Councillor Howard made in response to my assertions that programs and services had been cut, asserting that they had simply been moved to Program 8, COVID Recovery, which she has again referenced today. She seemed to miss the point that these very specific programs that had been cut, like men's shed grants, in reality means that these organisations will now be thrown into a much larger, more competitive environment with lower opportunity for grant success. We are not talking about multi-million-dollar project funds here, Mr. Chair. We are talking about $89,000 to men's shed grants. We don't know, nor do council officers know, what the guidelines for these COVID recovery grants will be, and we certainly will not be told during this budget debate, because the structure of the debate does not even allow for all program areas to be debated. Once again, a complete lack of transparency and accountability when it matters most.
Yeah,
they shuffle programs around when it's convenient to them. And here we go again, the death of democracy.
I appreciate that you might feel following the rules reflects that, but I assure you that there are many councillors in here who would criticise me heavily for not following the rules. And so that is what we're going to do.
You make the rules. You make the rules.
No, you know I don't make the rules, Councillor Cook. The
Your
rules are set out by-
administration makes the rules. You're part of it.
No, these rules are set out by the meeting's local law, which is a state government statute. You know that. Yeah, it's a state government statute. All right.
5 p.m. on the dot.
74
Well done. Thank
of
you.
the meeting's local law.
About the real issues.
The expiration of the period allowed for debate of budget programs, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of the following without further amendment or debate. I now put the motion for the adoption of Program 5, the Lifestyle and Community Services Program. All those in favour say aye.
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 Thank you. And please lower your hands. Those against say no and raise your hand.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Adams and Councillor Shree. Please ring the bells.
Yeah. All right. It's going to be cold, you reckon, tomorrow?
Once the sun sets, it does.
Boots.
All right. Councillors, all those in favour say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so that it may be counted.
Aye.
Please lower your hands, and all those against, please raise your hand, say no, and then hold your hand there so it may be counted.
No.
Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 1 against.
The ayes have it. I'll now put the motion for the adoption of the program numbered 6, Community Health and Safety Program. All those in favour say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Please lower your hands. And those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Owen. Please ring the bells. Again, all those who are in support of the program, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
Aye.
Aye.
Please lower your hands. And those against, please say no and raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
No.
Hang on, before we do it, what have you got it? Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 1 against.
The ayes have it. I'll now
Point
move.
of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes,
I'm please turn your microphone on.
I'm definitely here. My computer's on. I'm abstaining from that one and the previous vote. So my understanding was you weren't calling for abstentions, that if we were present, we...
I understand what you're saying. When I thought the vote was 24, 1 and 1. That's what I thought the vote was. And I thought that was what the vote was the last 2 times. All right, that's how I recall it. I'm happy to state that that's what I witnessed. 24 ayes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Order to you, Councillor Owen.
Mr. Chair, I thought your ruling previously was that all councillors needed to be visually present on the screen to be able to be counted in a vote. For that last vote in particular, the last 2 votes, Councillor Johnston has not been visible on the screen. Therefore, that would be deemed that she would not be in the chamber. Could you please clarify your ruling? Thank you.
As I've said in the past, if for a person to be present, I need to be able to see them on the screen. Councillor Johnston has been coming and going from the image, and my view is that if she doesn't vote, she doesn't.
I'm definitely here. Something's wrong with the computer.
It's an abstention. If I don't see a hand, if I don't see anybody's hand, it's an abstention. Councillor Owen.
Clarification, please, under a point of order, Mr. Chair. So, are you regarding an absence off the screen as being an abstention or an absence from the chamber?
Absence from the chamber.
So if Councillor Johnston wishes to abstain, then she should declare she is abstaining, correct?
I would deem that not voting is abstention, and that's how we've been dealing with it for quite some time. However, just to clarify this, if you turn your camera off, if you turn your microphone and your camera off and I can't see you, you're not in the meeting. But if your camera's on and you can be seen in the shot, you're in the meeting. All right? And we have not been asking for abstentions for some time. We've merely been accepting the people who don't, in this manner, on the screen, if a person doesn't raise their hand for a yes or a no, then they abstain. Okay? I'll now put the motion for the adoption of the program number 8, the City Governance Program. All those in favour say aye and please raise your hand.
Aye.
Please lower your hands. And those voting no, please say no, raise your hands and hold it there so that they may be counted.
No.
Division.
Are Trekkies counted differently?
No. All right, so please lower your hands. All Vulcan hand symbols I accept to be you wishing me to live long and prosper. So I'll accept that as one vote. The ayes have it.
Division.
Seconded by Councillor Allen. Please ring the bells. Once again, all those in support of program 8, please raise your hand and say aye. Hold it.
Aye. Aye.
Yep. Please lower your hands, and all those against, please say no. Raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
No.
Clerks, when you're ready, please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion for the adoption of the program City Businesses and Council Providers. All those in favour say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Please lower your hands. And all those against, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
Thank you. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Landers. Please ring the bells. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
Aye.
Please lower your hands, and all those against, please say no and raise your hand. Hold it there so it may be counted. Okay.
No.
All right. Clerks, please. Thank you, Councillor Shree. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it. The voting being 24 in favour, 1 against, and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it on program 5. The ayes have it on program 6. The ayes have it on program 8, and the ayes have it on the business and council providers. Councillors will now move to the adoption of the annual plan and budget. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the council resolve to adopt all recommendations in the resolution of rates and charges 2020 to 2021, including all provisions and appendices as set out on pages 210 to 306 of the annual budget plan and budget document. Also, that we adopt the annual plan and budget contained in the 2021 annual plan and budget document, comprising of the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 7 to 15, including the summary of recommendations, the statement of income and expenditure, the statement of income and expenditure, businesses and council providers, the statement of financial position, statement of changes in equity, statement of cash flows, summary of recommendations, long-time financial forecast, also the statement of financial ratios, the revenue policy and revenue statement as set out on pages 196 to 209, the adopted budget programs for programs 1 to 8, and the businesses and council providers. The rates and charges as set out in the resolution of rates and charges in 2020 to 2021, the fees and charges as specified in the document entitled Schedule of Fees and Charges, including all provision appendices. Also, the cost recovery fees as specified in the document entitled Register of Cost Recovery Fees, including all provisions and appendices. To delegate the Chief Executive Officer all of its powers under Section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010 to A, waive, refund, discount or remit any, all fees and charges as set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and any fees and charges set by way of delegated power as recorded in the Register of Delegations on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegations and otherwise in accordance with the notes contained within the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and also to set any fees and charges not otherwise set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation. It's obvious that the lawyer wrote this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the Council resolve to 1, adopt all recommendations in the resolution of rates and charges 2020 to 2021, including all provisions and appendices as set out on pages 210 to 306 of the annual plan and budget document. 2, adopt the annual plan and budget contained in the 2020-21 annual plan and budget document, comprising A, the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 7 to 15, including the 1, summary of recommendations. 2, statement of income and expenditure. 3, statement of income and expenditure, businesses and council providers. 4, statement of financial position. 5, statement of changes in equity. 6, statement of cash flows. 7, summary of recommendations, a long-term financial forecast. 8, the statement of financial ratios. B, the revenue policy and the revenue statement as set out on pages 196 to 209. C, the adopted budget programs for programs 1 to 8 and the businesses and council providers. D, the rates and charges as set out in the resolution of rates and charges 2020 through 21. E, the fees and charges as specified in the document entitled Schedule of Fees and Charges, including all provisions and appendices. F, the cost recovery fees as specified in the document entitled Register of Cost Recovery Fees, including all provisions and appendices. 3, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer all of its powers under Section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010, A, to waive, refund, discount or remit any and all fees and charges set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and any fees and charges set by way of delegated power as recorded in the Register of Delegations on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation and otherwise in accordance with the notes contained within the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and to set any fees and charges not otherwise set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation. Is there any debate? The Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councillor Johnston.
Yes. Do we have a copy of this?
This is what this is the adoption of the budget in total.
Yeah, but
So-
there's a lot of sub clauses there, and I'm sorry if something's gone wrong here. I've got all the stuff for the special meeting, but on the agenda that I've got, we've just got adoption of the annual plan and budget. But it sounds like this is a substantive motion. So I'm just wondering, will we send a copy of the motion for debate?
I'm happy to have that distributed. What I've read distributed.
It's in ASDEC docs.
ASDEC docs.
Okay, so it is in ASDEC docs, but at its core, for those people who have not seen this before, at its core, it's debating the budget document and the annual plan as a single item. The adoption of the budget and annual plan is effectively what this is. It's in ASDEC docs. Lord Mayor, please.
Thank you. The first thing I wanted to do is to once again thank everyone who's been involved in contributing to this budget, putting it together and getting to the point that we're at today. In particular to all of my LNP councillor colleagues, every member of the team. This situation that we're in has been incredibly challenging for all of us, across all parties. And your cooperation and dedication to building a better Brisbane and to getting through this crisis together has been appreciated. And I want to thank you for it. I want to thank the Finance Chair, Councillor Adam Allen, also to the Deputy Mayor, Krista Adams, to the Finance team in Council, to the CEO, the Chief Financial Officer, to the budget officers, including Mark Russell, Tanya Nish, Catherine Swift, and so many other people that have got us to this point today. Obviously, to be in a situation where this financial year that is just ending, where we've taken a $40 million hit in terms of council income, and then anticipated for that to be a $142.5 million hit in the financial year that's coming. That is a significant impact when it comes to the economic situation we're in and the impacts of COVID on our economy, on our city, on our community, and on the council budget. So this is anything but a business as usual situation, and this is anything but a business as usual budget. There have been a number of changes. We have been absolutely upfront about that. There have been a number of tough decisions that we've had to make, but we've done it so that we can make sure we support our community through targeted initiatives. We provide that targeted support that we have consistently said was the top priority, but also so that we can continue to invest in the things that matter to our city, and in particular, building infrastructure and supporting job creating projects. And so there's $840 million in this budget towards capital works, $840 million that either supports jobs or creates jobs. And that is equivalent to around this financial year, around 1,300 jobs either being supported or created in that capital works program. So that's the key focus going forward, supporting our community and then moving forward to create jobs, building to help Brisbane rebuild, as I said in my budget speech the other day. But when you drill down and have a look at what else is happening here, and this is something that I'm very proud of. When we went to the election in March, just a short time ago, we made some very important commitments to the people of Brisbane. And this budget delivers on those commitments. When we promised to invest in Brisbane Metro, Victoria Park, green bridges, suburban road upgrades, park improvements, improvements right across the suburbs of Brisbane, we have kept those promises. Now, it would have been easy, and it would have been probably the Labor way, to come into this situation and say, well, you know, we promised some things before the election, but times are tough, so we can no longer deliver. We've seen Labor do that again and again at various levels of government, but we have kept our promises. We have kept our commitments, and we will push ahead in delivering those things because they are all about building a better Brisbane. One of the key promises, though, and everyone will remember, where we gathered together on the side of Mount Cootha, and we promised that we would keep the budget strong and balanced. And we promised that we would deliver a budget surplus. And yet again, we have delivered on that promise. This budget is a budget that is balanced and strong. And that surplus, as I mentioned the other day, is not a surplus for the sake of having a surplus. That is a surplus that provides a buffer zone for what may be further shocks ahead. Now, we don't know whether the situation will improve or deteriorate. And responsible budgeting means that we do have that buffer zone in the budget. Now, if you look at the size of the budget and compare the size of the surplus, it is not a large surplus. I believe it is a modest surplus, but it's a responsible one, and one that will help us to weather future shocks as we go forward. But what I will guarantee the people of Brisbane, though, is that any money that is left over at the end of the financial year in a surplus gets immediately reinvested that following year. So the surplus is not something that we put in the bank and we sit on. That is something that after the end of the financial year gets reinvested and gives us a starting platform for the new financial year. Now, Labor doesn't seem to get the basics of budgeting like this. They seem to think it's totally okay to have a deficit, and that in a budget like this, they would absolutely run up a deficit and spend like there's no tomorrow. But we have taken the responsible approach. We've taken it so that we can build a better Brisbane tomorrow. But the good news is, if things do improve going forward, then that gives us capacity to do more. And that gives us capacity, for example, to bring back curbside collection sooner. And I made that commitment recently and it was reported on in the Brisbane Times, that if the budget situation improves beyond where we have predicted it will be over the coming financial year, then that will allow us to do more, including bringing back things like curbside collection sooner. And that will that will allow us to increase the level of support that we can provide to community organisations. That will allow us to do many other things as we have done this financial year. And the proof is in the pudding. Now, we don't believe in magic pudding budgets, but when I say the proof is in the pudding, just have a look at what we've done in this financial year. We brought down a budget in June last year, having no idea of the kind of year that we would be going into. The first half of the year, we experienced an incredible drought. And we had to provide support for community groups who were having trouble watering their fields. That wasn't in the June budget, but we scraped together the money to fund it, and we provided that support. And then come early this year, when the COVID impact started happening, and we were flexible, and we provided incredible upfront leadership and support in a time of need. None of those things were in the budget. It wasn't in the budget to turn off the parking meters. It wasn't in the budget to waive millions of dollars of fees and charges, but because we had a strong budget, we could make it happen. And so going forward, we have funded the responsible things that we need to fund. And if there's more capacity going forward, if the situation improves, we'll be able to do even more. And that is the essence of what responsible budgeting is about. That is the essence of what this LNP administration believes in. And that is the essence of what we promised the people of Brisbane just a few short weeks ago. And so this budget delivers on those promises. It supports our community. It builds to help Brisbane rebuild. But most importantly, it is a responsible budget that allows us to do even more going forward. Now, shortly we will be having a special meeting that will talk about a number of the associated policies with this budget, including our debt policy. And it is absolutely fascinating to see that despite the incredible impacts that we've had, and despite the fact that other levels of government will be massively increasing their borrowings at this point in time, although we won't know about that till later this year, Council's borrowing projection over the next 10 years is that we will be borrowing slightly less than what we anticipated last financial year. So that is a good, responsible outcome, and once again will allow us to do more going forward. So, Mr. Chair, I want to thank everyone for their contribution over the last couple of days to the debate. I again thank my team members, the budget officers, the council officers, from the CEO all the way through the budget team, senior managers, for everything that they've done to get us to this point. And Mr. Chair, I commend the budget to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I think you know the LNP are on pretty shaky ground, Chair, when they spend more time talking about Labor than what is in each program of this budget. And again, the Lord Mayor has taken a half of his time just now talking about Labor councillors and Labor instead of his budget. And you know why. He must be pretty embarrassed by it. And the amount of negativity that the Lord Mayor and his chairs talk about is a bit embarrassing for this city, because they should be talking up their budget, but we know it's a pretty ordinary budget. So that's why they continue to go on the attack. This is, Chair, a budget of missed opportunities. Instead of a proper COVID-19 response, what we got was business as usual, with some particularly heartless cuts thrown in for good measure. And what we had in the lead up to this budget and all throughout this budget was a mayor missing in action as the waste goes on and on. It's a missed opportunity to freeze rates and to have a proper rates freeze, and to give households some of the respite from the worst economic conditions since the Great Depression that they so desperately need. Councils like the Gold Coast just in the last couple of days, and Melbourne managed, but apparently it was all too hard for this Lord Mayor. There'll be a 5% rates rise in the year 2021, because on the 1st of January, rates will be going up 2.5%. And what we can see from these budget papers, Chair, is that another increase of at least 2.5% is programmed in for the 1st of July next year. So that'll be, the Lord Mayor said this is the first rates freeze in 35 years. It's not the first, that's not entirely correct, because there was a rates cut about 28 years ago. But it'll also, this budget will also usher in the first time on record that there will be 2 rates increases in one calendar year, and that's nothing to be proud of. There are a litany of missed opportunities and a litany of cuts. There's a missed opportunity to help people on JobKeeper, not just people on JobSeeker. What we have in this budget is a missed opportunity to get the ball rolling on FOGO, food organics, garden organics. There's a missed opportunity to capitalise on the new wave of active transport. What we've actually seen in this budget compared to what was projected is a massive cut to the active transport capital line item of $268 million. A raft of items have been removed, like cyclist safety, bikeway reconstruction and constructing key bikeway links. All up, about $100 million has disappeared over the next 3 years. We've had cuts to services, essential services like the curbside collection. And we know that the Lord Mayor's only been forced into saying that may come back early because of the extreme public backlash. Again, this is no way to run a city, Chair. We've seen cuts to the Brisbane Greeters program, which has forced the Mayor out to have a backflip on that, apparently. We haven't seen details of that yet. And we've seen cuts to men's shed grants, which is a small grant program, but an important one. But it's one of the ones that the Lord Mayor went after first, which says all you need to know about the priorities he has for this city. We have cuts to the wages of the lowest paid workers, while the Lord Mayor still pockets twice as much in his expense as some of them earn in a year. The Lord Mayor's talked up a phony infrastructure jobs boom. The reality is the cuts to the bus build with $67 million less for local suppliers, because there's no guarantee that the new bus contract will be manufacturing buses here. There's cuts to new green bridges. Instead of $508 million being spent by 2023, it's just $253 million over that same period. And we've heard confirmed from the new Public and Active Transport Chair is that contribution is no longer for 2/3 of the bridges, but it is fixed at that point, which will inevitably mean less green bridges than promised. There's a $16 million cut to ferry terminal building as well. The Lord Mayor talked about this jobs boom, but in reality, the only new jobs that he is consistently creating, Chair, are for advertising executives. The whopping cut to new green bridges is quite extraordinary, Chair, when you think about that. This is the big thing that the Lord Mayor came into this role spruiking. It's the big thing that he continues to talk about, but showing that by the end of 2023, only $253 million will be committed, shows that this project has not been fast-tracked. In fact, the reality here shows that this project has been put in the slow lane. So again, if people believe this, this certainly will be a triumph of rhetoric over reality. There's cuts to district road projects, local access network improvements and traffic management systems, and a double than inflation increase to the waste fees on people's rates. So he might talk about his half 6-month rate freeze, Chair, but the Lord Mayor didn't tell people that he was increasing the fees and charges that they pay for their waste to be collected. He talks about his phony surplus, Chair, instead of genuine rates relief. And he confirmed that this thing isn't a real surplus because it'll be spent and reallocated, and they aren't banked like surpluses at a state and federal level. So what we know is that he prefers an accounting trick to keep some weird election commitment instead of investing in the people of this city. He would rather talk about the rhetoric than talk about the people. And we know that people are struggling out there, Chair. They need a budget that was a genuine COVID response that supported them through the greatest economic crisis that modern Brisbane has ever seen. And they're not getting it. They're not getting it under this administration. The hit to revenue and the inability for this administration to provide a genuine response to COVID isn't explained by the circumstances that COVID-19 has presented us. What does explain it is waste and mismanagement on this administration's watch. The $300 million blowout on Metro, the massive loss of contingencies on the Kingston Smith Drive project, the $20 million and counting loss on City Cycle, the debt growing at $1 million a day for the last 12 years and $6.5 million a year in fluffy ads, particularly in the lead up to the last election, explains why this administration is ill-equipped to deal with the economic crisis that is coming as a result of COVID-19. The Lord Mayor said a couple of months ago that there were no monopoly on good ideas, and we agree. We've been proactive in our approach, Chair, whether that was about, over the last few months particularly, about our mobility plan or starting the conversation on FOGO or on genuine ideas for genuine economic development and rates relief. And we won't shy away from these debates over the coming years. A budget is all about priorities, Chair. It should be setting the strategic direction of this council, and this budget certainly has, and it's been an eye-opener. It has shown us the priorities this Lord Mayor has, and it's shown us the direction he wants to take this city in. And we know that that is very much the wrong direction, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on the budget in a whole, and I apologise. The motion was attached to the back of another document, so I do have it. Thank you for that. Look, I just want to start with a few general comments and then speak to just a couple of the programs we didn't debate. But firstly, I just want to start by saying, in my view, this is a budget which is really about cuts and carryovers. Consistently throughout the information sessions, we heard from the relevant chairs about the huge amount of cuts to particular programs and carryovers, hundreds of millions of dollars of programs that are just disappearing off the council books. So many projects from last year have been rolled over into this year. So what this council is actually promising to deliver this year is even less than it appears, because quite a few of the projects are actually rolled over from last year. But that's how this administration operates on an ongoing basis. Far from being good economic managers, they may well be experienced economic managers, but they are not handling the budget in an appropriate way. I do not support what the Lord Mayor is doing. Right from the beginning of COVID-19, I was calling for rates relief. The Lord Mayor has not offered any. Rates will go up this year by 1.25% across the year on average. Now, some suburbs will be higher and some suburbs will be lower. As is normally the case, the Lord Mayor has refused to release to councillors and to the media the list of suburbs and the annual rate rises they face. He also, to my knowledge, has not revealed what the rates cap will be for 2021. These are normal, transparent budget measures that the Lord Mayor is refusing to undertake this year. And in my knowledge, it's the first time in 12 years he has refused to do so. That is a sleight of hand. And that is the other predominant theme running through this budget. It's a budget of tricks. Project funding's been rolled into core. It's not transparent. We don't know whether it'll actually get delivered. It's not allocated against a project. Project's been moved from one program of council to another, but it's not disclosed in that program. And there was a speaker earlier about the grants programs being rolled over into program 8. It is hugely concerning that groups now have to apply for funds and compete against citywide applications across so many areas. And the lack of transparency about this is really appalling. I also asked a question which was taken on notice in program 8, and it's not been answered, and perhaps Councillor Allen will answer it in the budget in a whole debate now. He certainly has an opportunity to do so. And that was what the Lord Mayor was going to do with his, the approval, for the Lord Mayor's $3 million COVID-19 slush fund in program 8. It is of concern, of course, when our discretionary funding is cut down to $34,000. One of the cuts I'm talking about, a 55% cut to the local grants programs that councillors have. That money is not being replaced elsewhere, to my knowledge, otherwise we would have heard about it in the budget. And yet the Lord Mayor seems to be getting a $3 million slush fund to use at his discretion. And I look forward to Councillor Allen answering the question I put during the information sessions about what the approvals process for that fund will be. That is of great concern in terms of how that will operate. There's a lack of fairness in this budget, as is always the case. Somebody, I can't even remember who it was now, got very upset when I suggested that the outdoor movie in the parks, weren't being allocated fairly. Well, last year they weren't. And I note there's $124,000 this year for outdoor movies in the park. And I'm calling on the administration to divide that funding up between all 26 wards in the city. Probably Chermside doesn't need any because they had 6 movies in the park last year. And I was told that by the last one, no one was turning up because they'd had so many people weren't interested in going. Meanwhile, I get hundreds and hundreds of people out my way, and I'm sure other councillors do too. So it is critically important that the funding that is available in this budget is equitably shared amongst the wards, particularly for things like movies in the park, because council has cut the funding that we normally use to fund those programs. That is extraordinary. I have to agree with Councillor Cook. I was astonished at Councillor Howard's behaviour in the lifestyle or nighttime economy, whatever it's called now, in the session that she ran as the chair. She simply refused to answer questions. So I'm going to put on the record a couple of the issues that were raised. In the budget, we are being asked to approve right now there are millions of dollars allocated to certain projects. So, for example, there's $2.3 million in capital and $7 million in expense for sports field and hard court remediation rehabilitation. It's a very specific number. It's not a round number like 5 million or 10 million. But when Councillor Howard was asked to provide a list of the projects being funded under this line item in her budget, she said she couldn't do so. There'd been no decisions made about how the funds would be allocated. Yet here we are today with very specific numbers being asked to approve a budget without the information on how it will be spent. That is poor financial management. Now, they didn't just make the numbers up. The way it works is all the departments of council put together a whole list of line items. They go up to the expenditure review committee, presumably Councillor Allen, the Lord Mayor, maybe Councillor Adams, and the chairs all then sit there and go through it to come up with the budget number that goes in the budget. So they do know what this money is being spent on. And almost every single question that Councillor Howard was asked about how funds were being allocated in her portfolio, a critical portfolio that supports community more than any other portfolio in the budget, she refused to answer. She dissembled and said she didn't know, she couldn't say, it hadn't been finalised. It's finalised. It's in the budget book. It's been written down. But meanwhile, that's how this experienced council operates. There is a lack of transparency and accountability for the expenditure of ratepayers' funds. The other thing I'd like to just mention briefly is the fact that the Lord Mayor continues to talk about how his budget's in surplus. Yes, he's got a small operating surplus that he's pointing to again. What he never, ever, ever mentions is the massive debt burden each ratepayer in this city has. That is part of our budget. It's blown out from 2.5 to 4.3 billion dollars, both financial blowouts as well as more rigorous accounting under the new accounting standards. So when they say, oh, that's just an accounting trick, no, it just means that we are more fully disclosing on our books the extent of the debt that this council is under. There's no plan to pay it down. And this council is just barely scraping by. This is a terrible budget. There's no real relief in here. Councillor Cassidy, I heard earlier, noted that a number of fees and charges are going up. It's across every household area in Brisbane. A few have been cut. That's great. But the sleight of hand issue I raised earlier, the library fees are going up, waste fees are going up. You know, all of those everyday fees people pay are still going up. So there is a real problem with the way in which this administration is working. They've botched their major project, the Metro, massive cost blowout, nothing like it was. It's not going to deliver the necessary improvements. And I just want to finish by saying the failure of the Lord Mayor to support the 100th anniversary of Graceville Memorial Park is pretty appalling, to tell you the truth. There's no money for the memorial. There's no money for the tree projects. These are things that I've spoken to him about personally. And I am really disappointed that he has refused to fund, you know, it's the second oldest memorial park in Queensland. And there's some contention about whether the one in Victoria, Yeronga or Graceville are the oldest in Australia. It's the wrong budget for the times.
Further speakers? I see no. Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. I also rise to make a few comments on the budget, and I guess I'll start by acknowledging that the administration has had to make some tough decisions coming into this financial year. But what's really disappointing is that they've made terrible decisions. There's no doubt that the city is facing some significant challenges at the moment. And you judge the quality of political leaders by what kinds of decisions they make during these challenging periods. And sadly, this administration has revealed itself to be lacking in foresight, in lateral thinking capacity, and in empathy. And I think that's ultimately what's so disappointing and frustrating about this budget, is that it is not a budget that cares for the most vulnerable members of our society. It is not a budget that prioritises the needs of the people who've been most severely and detrimentally affected by the economic impacts of COVID-19 and the broader economic instability where our nation is facing right now. There are a number of measures that the council administration could have been exploring to increase revenue at a time when revenue from property rates is a little unstable and in some cases diminishing. First and foremost is the very clear suggestion that the Greens have been putting forward to explore levies on empty homes and properties. This is a straightforward measure that's been trialled in many other jurisdictions around the world with great success. The basic principle is that you say to property owners, sure, it's your property, you're free to do whatever you want with it, but if you leave it empty, we're going to charge you just a little bit more in rates. And that has three potential effects. On the one hand, it potentially raises revenue, which is great for council. We can put that into other community services and projects. Alternatively, that property owner might sell the property in question, and it can then be bought by someone at a lower price who really needs that home to live in, or a business that really needs that shop to operate out of. Or thirdly, they might choose to drop their rent and actually get a tenant in, God forbid. Now, all of those outcomes are actually pretty positive. There's the benefits of an idea like that, of a vacancy levy, particularly in an economic downturn, are significant because they encourage more productive use of private real estate, and they also potentially generate a lot of revenue for council administration, and they ensure that there's some downward pressure on commercial and residential leases at a time when so many people are going to be struggling to pay their rent, both in terms of their residential homes and in terms of their small businesses. But unfortunately, council didn't even give that idea any serious consideration, and has instead been captured by rhetoric, not of the business sector, but purely by the property investment sector. A small minority of people who hold a great deal of real estate assets and wield a great deal of power and influence in this city. And the council administration has chosen to prioritise their interests ahead of the need of local businesses and residents as a whole. There are a long list of other failed opportunities to explore new revenue streams within the city. But I'm also equally disappointed to see that council has continued to spend too much on non-essential road widening and infrastructure widening projects, including examples in my own ward like the Main Street River Terrace upgrade, but has failed to invest sufficiently in public and active transport, in the creation of public green space, in new community facilities, and in the arts and community services. At a time when so many people are struggling and so many people are at risk of homelessness, surely one of the most obvious uses of public funding would have been to increase support and funding, not just for our public space liaison officers, but for housing support officers who can connect with people who are at risk of losing their tenancies, support them to engage with other support services, and ensure that they remain housed rather than ending up on the street, which ultimately costs the council and the state government much more to deal with. At the same time, council could have been investing in the acquisition or construction of public housing or community housing. We know that building housing creates jobs. And this council has a choice. Either it can leave that housing construction up to the private sector and slash fees and infrastructure charges and incentivise more private development. Or council could be using the revenue that it collects from private developers and instead put that money into building public housing and community housing, which is rented out on a non-profit basis and actually gets people off the street. The problem with relying on private sector development as a strategy for creating jobs is that ultimately that private sector construction is only economically viable because people are taking on unsustainable levels of private debt in order to finance the construction industry. Our entire construction industry is propped up by huge levels of personal debt and managed fund debt, which is not economically sustainable, particularly in the current period when our global economic conditions are so precarious and volatile. We shouldn't be supporting a situation where the private sector takes on more and more debt to fund more and more private construction as our solution to creating jobs and maintaining economic activity. We should instead be increasing public spending and public infrastructure funding to create public sector jobs, not outsourcing to private contractors, but actually delivering projects in-house. This is a way of ensuring greater job security and employment opportunities for Brisbane workers, while also creating new publicly owned assets which will earn council revenue in the long term. This is a strategy that other progressive councils and governments around the world are currently pivoting towards, regardless of whether they're so-called left-wing or right-wing. It's the sensible way to respond to an economic situation like this that we find ourselves in. And any decent economist will tell you that in times of recession, increasing public funding is one of the best ways to ensure the stability of the local economy and to minimise employment losses. So the council's approach of slashing spending, particularly on the arts, particularly in community services and community grants, is extremely concerning and doesn't even make good economic sense according to your own political ideology. It's very disappointing to see that there's no funding whatsoever for new community housing. There's no new funding for housing support workers. There's very little funding to meet the needs of so many community groups that are doing it tough right now. But at the same time, we're giving these extremely generous discounts and incentives to the private development sector, which will ultimately yield profits for a small minority of very wealthy developers and property investors, without those benefits flowing to the broader citizenry. This is a major failing on the part of this administration to think outside the box and to deliver outcomes that actually meet the needs of the most vulnerable members of our society. I'm particularly disappointed that within my ward, we've missed opportunities to buy up land to deliver new public parks and community facilities. Now that our economy is in recession and land values are stabilising and in some cases dropping, this is the perfect time for counter-cyclical investment to buy up assets that can be converted to the public facilities and parkland that our growing communities so desperately need. In the inner city, we really need new public parkland. It's obvious, according to the council's own measures and metrics in the desired standards of service, that we should be providing more public parks to cater for those rapidly densifying inner city neighbourhoods and for middle suburban and outer suburban areas that are also seeing population growth. We should be buying up land now rather than waiting for it to get more and more expensive in the future. This is a really disappointing missed opportunity from the council. We've also failed to recognise and sufficiently embrace the opportunities to shift our city towards active transport. There's been some tokenistic investment in a few infrastructure projects like the footbridges, which I'm obviously very supportive of. But overall, we are not spending and pivoting our funding priorities towards active transport in the way that other councils around Australia are doing and in the way that other countries are doing. We should be funding much more money into cycling, into footpath upgrades, into pedestrian crossings, so that people can leave their cars at home and switch to more sustainable modes of transport. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to support a transition to active transport, and the tokenistic steps that the council administration has taken in this direction are woefully inadequate. Finally, I just want to say that unlike some of the other councillors, I think there is a case for debt-funded infrastructure and for taking on more public debt at this time. I don't think that's something we should shy away from. We have good borrowing capacity. And frankly, I'd much rather see us take on a little bit of debt now so that we can afford to continue essential council services and programs and keep council staff employed in secure jobs. We can pay off that debt later, but once those people lose those jobs, they'll end up in a spiral of poverty.
Further speakers? I see no hands. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things that were raised there by various councillors. In particular, this idea from Councillor Shree that landlords are somehow just meanly sitting on vacant properties because they don't
Point
want
of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Shree.
Claim to be misrepresented.
So at a time when there's a lot of vacancies around in shopping precincts, Councillor Shree wants to blame the landlords. He wants to tax them more. I don't think that that is the right approach at a time when we want to see these shop fronts filled up. We want to support our retailers. We want to support those suburban village precincts, but increasing their rates is not something that I would support. And you know, there may be a few property owners who, for some reason, don't want to rent out their properties. But the reality is the vast majority of property owners want to have paying renters in there. And they will reduce the rents to get people in. They will provide incentives. And so this idea that somehow they need to be taxed more to encourage them to rent out their properties, I just don't think stands up to a lot of scrutiny. It is, I know it's an international Greens policy where leftist Green councils across the world are looking at this sort of initiative. And it was driven by the same kind of logic that the mining tax was driven by. Remember the mining tax at the federal government level?
Super profits tax.
And it was going to raise all this extra money. And guess what? It raised nothing because it just stopped investment from happening in those projects. Now that might be something that Councillor Shree would like to see happen. But the reality is taxing land owners and taxing landlords more at this point in time when they're struggling from having shops with no paying renters in them is not a way that I would go forward. But obviously we're looking at other ways to get people back into those vacant shops, and there's a number of programs and a big investment in suburban village precinct upgrades that we're going to focus on. But I did just want to touch on another thing that Councillor Shree said earlier today. He called the Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane, it was a program that was inspired by 1950s thinking. I think I got that right, did I, Councillor Shree? I'll tell you what else is inspired by 1950s thinking. The socialism that we're seeing coming out of the Greens Party. The Greens political party is a socialist party. And I think anyone that has any doubt needs to listen to Councillor Shree in council meetings, and they'll see that it's more a socialist party than a Greens party.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Shree.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Maybe, but I'll bring you back.
So he wants to go back to the Cold War fight between.
Councillor Strunk.
Could you bring the mayor back to the budget, please? We don't need a history lesson on the Greens.
No, Councillor Strunk. It's a discussion about the tone and priorities of program infrastructure for Brisbane, which is what it was. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, as you rightly pointed out, I was just reflecting on comments that Councillor Shree made earlier about a 1950s approach. And I was harking back to the Cold War days. The battle between the capitalists and the socialists, or the capitalists and the communists. That is the way that Councillor Shree sees the world. He sees it as class warfare, as a battle between us and them. Well, Mr. Chair, I see this as a budget where we're all in it together. We're all here to support each other. We don't look at each other in terms of classes. We don't look at each other in terms of workers or employers or corporations. We look at each other in terms of being Brisbane residents, being a community that's here to support each other. And the way that we support our community is by keeping the budget strong so that we can do more and we can build infrastructure and we can invest in job creating capital projects that help support our community. We can invest in grant programs to support our community in its time of need, but we don't need this return to this terrible divisive class warfare that Councillor Shree likes to evoke in his comments. Let me turn to Labor. Now, Councillor Cassidy dusted off the same tired political speech and all the political lines, but let me just point out that Labor councillors, as far as I could recall, voted in favour of every single program in this budget. And so this is the calibre of the people that we're dealing with here. They will continue to bag out everything that's happening. They'll continue to be negative and try and score political points, and yet they vote for it. They can't even have have the integrity to back up their comments with a vote. They say one thing and then they vote the other way. At least Councillor Shree, although he's a socialist, voted against most things in this budget. At least he had the conviction to do that. Yet Labor councillors speak with a forked tongue. They claim that this budget's so terrible, yet they have voted for it. And let me now see whether they vote for it or against it in this final situation, because once again, that'll be a fascinating situation. If they voted for every program yet against the overall budget, how does that work? But if they voted for every program and then for the overall budget, and time will tell whether they do that, then once again, it's clear they're speaking with a forked tongue on this issue. So I guess, I should be disappointed by this approach, but I'm not surprised. It is consistent with a party that continues to lose not only elections, despite outspending us massively with their $2.1 million negative campaigin, but also a group of
millions of public money for years beforehand.
We've got about 5 minutes left. Please, no interjections.
A group of councillors that continue to get smaller and smaller over time because they are not in touch with the community. And we will continue to pride ourselves in representing the whole diversity of the Brisbane community and supporting the whole diversity of the Brisbane community. Whether you're in Bracken Ridge or Callum Vale, whether you're in Carindale, whether you're in Indooroopilly or Pullen Vale or Bellbarry, whether you're in Paddington or any other part of Brisbane, our priority is representing that diversity of the city and supporting the diversity.
That was all LNP suburbs.
No interjections, please. Lord Mayor.
And Chelm was an LNP suburb if you look at the Lord Mayoral results too, Councillor Johnston, but so is Tennyson Ward. The entire Tennyson Ward is an LNP.
3.4%.
We're getting distracted here. The reality is Labor seeks to divide. Labor seeks to attack. Labor seeks to tear down. Councillor Shree seeks to divide, seeks to attack and tear down. We're about building this city, and that's what this budget does. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll now put the resolution.
Yeah, do I get a right of reply?
Oh, excuse me, you've got the two misrepresentations. Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. The Mayor mischaracterised my call for expiration of vacancy levies as being a direct attack on landlords, which it wasn't. Some of my best friends are landlords, and I think that represented a disingenuous misinterpretation of what I said.
Thank you.
My second point of misrepresentation, the Lord Mayor appeared to mischaracterise my comments as advocating socialism. I consider 1950s state socialism to be far too conservative and establishmentarian, and my politics are much more radical and transformative.
I think we knew that. All right. I will now put the resolution. All those in favour say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Please lower your hands. And all those against, please say no and raise your hands. The
No.
ayes.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Shree and Councillor Adams. Please ring the bells.
Lord Mayor, you need to look up anarcho-communitarianism.
Did you say transformative?
Anarcho-communitarianism. I'm not claiming that as a label. I think those labels are reductionist and silly.
Thanks, mate. We're gonna have a vote now. All right. Everyone in favour of the resolution, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
Aye.
I think we knew you had some anarchist tendencies. It's okay.
All right, everyone there? I hope you guys going. All right. Please lower your hands. And all those against, please say no, raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
No.
No.
I think Vulcan votes should count like 6 times 1.
All right, ready? Thank you. Please lower your hands. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour, 6 against and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. That concludes the presentation and consideration of the 2020-2021 annual plan and budget. And I declare the meeting closed. Councillors, please leave this Zoom and return to the new Zoom meeting. The clerks and attendants will have to do some work. So the next meeting will begin in somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. But there is another link to a new Zoom meeting I'm going to ask you all to move to. Thank you, everybody. See you soon.